Great, yeah, and the sound stops working too, so I gotta redo that every time. I am so done with OBS. If I was confident there was just software I could pay for to do this correctly, I fucking would at this point. I have given this matter much thought. A consignment of high-quality spices arrived just this day. Mayhap cinnamon cookies would suit. I have received many a kind word from my customers about my cookies, if I may say so. I have also observed the good father linger at my store whenever a fresh batch was to be smelt coming out of the oven. But the only times he spent his gill on cookies and cakes was for the children of lost hope. Alright, let's deliver some cookies. Or the game fucking crashes again. Good, YouTube works now. Now useful. Alright, once I get through these quests, I'm gonna start doing some World War Hulk. Good evening to you, Rax. What brings you to this place? Cinnamon cookies, crisp, buttery cookies dusted with a hint of fragrant cinnamon. Crap. What? How? Cinnamon cookies by Thal. I had a son, and through his happy marriage, a daughter. Well matched they were, and well met. Their house smelt of good things like this. And there was always an open peg for my cloak and a tall glass of mint tea. When they died, why has this got to be the saddest fucking place in the game? I mean, I get it. Cemetery, but... Was Father Illuid, please? Oh, that is good. And I believe it does his heart good to give words to his sorrows. That is what we tell the bereaved in the lich yards, that grief must be both shrieked and spoken. I had heard Father Illuid had suffered a great loss in the calamity, yet his heart grows as large as a palace, and scores dwell there in the haven he makes of it. With that someday, I am half the man he is. Alright, guess that makes up my time here as church savior. Who would have thunk it? Alright, let's get some World War Hulk going.
Today is the return of the full story series. This is where we take
from the late and great Benny
right here at Comic Storian that we completed a long time ago, but we take the whole playlist and we turn it into one giant epic audio drama for you. We redid World War Hulk recently, so today we're going to give you Planet Hulk and World War Hulk in one giant Hulk Buster video. I hope you enjoy. As the Hulk drifts along on a predetermined course, he watches a video from Reed Richards and the other members of the Illuminati telling him they are sorry. There have been times that his anger was used to save the world, but just as many times, it put the world right back into danger. That is why they are sending him to a lush planet full of vegetation and game, no intelligent life forms to bother, making this place truly a place that he can be left alone and find peace. Except, the Hulk rages within the ship, and he rips it apart, causing it to go off course, landing him on the planet of Sakaar, which is full of intelligent life forms, like the Hive Insectoids who are trying to kill the Hulk now. As a group of Sakaar watch the Hulk fight off the Hive, he begins to feel a prick on the back of his neck, and as the Sakaar talk, their words begin to make sense. The one in charge says that based on your comically moronic expression, it would appear that the talk bots have finally reached your brain. He then pulls out a scroll and he begins to read what he, the governor of the Wakar province, and by the orders of the Lord Empire, declare, and that is that this green thing is now Imperial property. They will be taking control of him as well as seizing his ship for further examination. His first order to serve his new emperor is to kneel. And the Hulk laughs. You want ship? It's yours. And then he throws it. And then he leaves shouting, Hulk does not kneel. The governor fires a gun that stuns and brings the Hulk straight to the ground and tells him, that is close enough. A little while later, the Hulk begins to open up his eyes and he finds himself bound and chained to what would be a marketplace. The man in front shouts that they will start the auction at 15 silver squares, and the Hulk begins shouting and pulling at the chains. And the seller says that their sleeping beauty has awoken. Fear not, those are shadow-forged chains. One man in the group says that he will pay 60 for the entire lot, including the green one. And the seller yells, sold! After being transported in a container, the Hulk smashes through it, shouting, stupid planet, stupid portal, when I get my hands on. And as he steps out, he sees that he is in a coliseum along with the other slaves. Suddenly over the mic, the announcer shouts, you are about to bear witness to the feeding habit of the planet's most dangerous creature, the Corker. The ground slowly begins to rumble, and then several tentacles thrash out of the ground, grabbing the hive and tossing it into their mouth. Another hive shouts that now is the time for dodging, running, hiding, and the Hulk grabs the tentacle and he says, it's a time for smashing. The Corker pulls back, throwing the Hulk into its mouth, and it swallows. Up at the stand, the Red King watches, saying, this is getting rather boring, and then the guts are splattered across his face. The Hulk stands up from the Corker's body, yelling, and then after grabbing a giant broken battle axe, he swings it, cutting off the heads of the remaining Corkers. The Black Hive says, thanks for the help. And the Hulk grabs him, asking if he's trying to trick him. Hey, no more fighting. The cheers from the crowd are for them. The Red King will now pardon us. The Hulk asks, who? And the Hive points to the seat with the Red King watching. Finally. And he jumps at him, telling him, Hulk knows who to smash! But before the Hulk can reach him, his war-bound shadow shoots him back to the ground. And the Red King says, wait, I will take care of him myself. The Hulk gets up and the Red King jumps down, telling Hulk, you could have been pardoned. You could have been made into a citizen, but instead, you have tried to kill me. The sword is thrown before the Hulk, and the Red King tells him, you will either now die at my feet or on your knees. The Hulk grabs the sword and he swings, but the Red King dodges, and then he swings, forcing the Hulk to block. The shield is then struck and it shatters, and the Red King jumps in, slashing at the Hulk's face. The other Hive run up, telling the King to wait, we want to be pardoned. And in a blue flash, the King kills them all, and the Black Hive shouts, kill her! The Hulk runs in, grabbing the Hive before the King can kill him, and the King taunts him. So the Hulk jumps back. With one massive swing, he cuts the King's face, and the Shadow jumps into the arena before he can swing again. The Shadow clashes with the Hulk, telling him, you can't defeat me. This isn't your world. And the Hulk smiles, telling them, not yet. But before the two of them can go at each other, there's another flash of light hitting the Hulk, and he falls to the ground. The Red King says, I can't have the Shadow upstaging me. And then he turns to the crowd, telling them, behold, the Lord Emperor grants this slave his life. The King then whispers to the governor to go ahead and take him to the mall. A short while later, the slave container is placed onto the volcanic quarry, and the Hive shouts, no! The Hulk pushes him aside to look out, and he asks, what are you crying about? This is going to be fun. As the container is opened, everyone is thrown to the bottom of the mall, where the volcanic creature begins to spew lava all over them. The Hulk laughs,
that bitch looks like a Pokemon.
The slave robot jumps out of the way from the lava, and the robot tells him, you won't be laughing when it's incinerating you. The Hulk grabs the rock that he's standing on, and he throws it at the creature, telling him, you're right. I want to live long enough to incinerate him. The creature explodes and the lava sprays all over the Hulk, and the robot says, I warned you, dummy, but thanks for saving my can. The lava begins to burn away at his head, and the Hulk tells him, I didn't do it for you. I just felt like fighting. Someone calls out that it seems that he hasn't lost his spirit yet, but it won't do much if he stays so stupid. Now kneel. The Hulk says that he's tired of hearing that, and the Sakaar holds out a staff, telling him, kneel! The staff begins to shoot out energy to the device implanted in the Hulk's chest, and the robot tells him to just give up. That's an obedience disc. Fight against it as hard as you want, and it will fry your brain, if there is one.
I remember the good old
forcibly kneels, and the Sakaar
disc.
says that he is Primus Van. Like him, he was a slave. But after winning...
Alright. Time for some acting. Helmhart has it in his head that you are his main man. Get it, main. And returns to you with an even more hair-raising request. Oh, no, it's not working. My jaded scalp turns its nose up at the purple potation. You You're that trusty adventurer Rax. I need you to fetch something with all haste. Time is short, and the comb is a cruel mistress. Long have I feared this day would come, but I am ready. The Furple Tonic is dead. Long live the Snurple Tonic. You know where to get Snurple blood, don't you? Snurples, you say? Wrong. You get Snurple blood from Golden Fleece. Don't think about it, just go to the burning wall and kill 5. Snurple.
In 4 seasons in the Imperial Arena, he was granted freedom. Where they are right now is the Maw, the Empire's most lethal gladiatorial training school, and the Maw must be fed. Primus then says that no one on the planet believes that they deserve to live, so who among them can prove them wrong? There are 22 of them, only 7 will leave. Among the slaves, Scar shouts that he is a citizen of the Empire. Right? He demands a trial so that he knows what he did. Primus holds out his staff, burning the man to ash, and he tells him, it's time to fight or die. As everyone runs to the center to grab a weapon, an unhived insectoid says that there is something strange. The pink man said 22, but he's only counting 16. The Hulk tells him, shut up, and everyone begins charging at each other. The rock creature grabs the Hulk, telling him to hold.
Also
if they work together, they... But as
doing
the
a third
Hulk
thing aside from watching TV
throws him to the ground,
and
telling him,
playing.
fine. Suddenly, one of the slaves has 2
I'm playing
claws
some
stabbed into
Dokkan.
his back, and everyone sees several
like
brood
Dokkan.
flying in the air.
Can't
One of
help
them
it.
says that they are the brood
Go back
from
to it
the
every so
brood world,
often.
and they are lunch. Hulk holds both of his fists together, cracking the brood across the head, telling
Of course
them,
that's auto
just go
play.
have a sandwich then. The unhived shouts, you just saved Meek. You're a good friend to Meek.
Golden
And as the Hulk
Fleece.
continues beating up everything,
Guessing
he tells
like
them,
the Golden
we
Fleece
are not
eat?
friends. I am no one's
Snurple
friend. Meek
Snurples?
says that he's just saying that, but as the rock
Build
creature
up on
grapples with the
Snurple
Hulk
blood?
again, he says, no, he means it, which is why he'll die. But before the two of them can attack each other, Primus shouts for everyone to stop. Everyone looks around at each other, and Primus tells them that those 7 have survived the cut. So from now on, they are a team. So sleep well, tomorrow gets worse. A short while later, the 7 sit in their cell, and the rock creature introduces himself as Korg, and then he points, saying, I need names and skills from everyone here. Meek says, well, I am Meek, and I am unhived. As for skills, I can fight with 4 arms. The Brood says that she is Brood, from the Brood world, which is no more. No queen, no sisters, no name. You have seen what I can do. Korg then turns to Shadow and asks what about him, but across the room, the other Sakaar says that he is an unbound Shadow. His days are just prayer and silence, and when it comes to it, he will fight. As for him, he is Captain Levine Ski, formerly of the Imperial Guard, and his employer, Ronan Kafif, is the man that the traitor has killed. The female says that Ronan was her father, and her name is Alo, and she doesn't know much about fighting, but she will learn. Korg says that's good, and the Hulk tells him no, it's stupid. We all know what happens on this planet. What happens when it's time to kill each other? Korg stops for a moment, and then he says that they both know what will happen. Until then, they are friends. Hulk puts his head back down and he says, just wake me when it's time to fight. The next morning, the team is thrown back into the Maw before the lava lake, and Korg says that their enemies are in there. Something begins to rise up, and Korg says no. Morgus, I thought you were dead. Morgus charges out of the lava, punching Korg, and everyone else begins to fight, but as the rock creatures fight back, Korg says, I can't fight, not against my brothers. So the Hulk grabs Korg, and then he spins, slamming him into the rock creature, causing him to break. Hulk tells him, Hulk will smash them for you. And Korg tries to fight against it. He prays for forgiveness for what he's about to do. Later, after defeating the rock creatures, the team is taken back to their site, and along the ride, Meek asks Hulk if there are others like him. He tells him no, there are just puny humans like a Banner, and we will never see his face. He's even weaker than Meek. Meek laughs, telling him, I'd love to see someone weaker than Meek. The Brood says, you might not. I've eaten a few of his people. Individually, they are defenseless, but with their machines and heroes, they overcome considerable challenges. The Hulk looks back, telling them, their machines and heroes won't save them. Meek asks, from what? And the Hulk doesn't answer. Above the group, Alo says that there's a pleasure cruiser that has come to see their blood. An announcer calls out that last week the fierce green gladiator earned his first wound from the Emperor himself. But after the group's stint in the Maw, the planet will now see how they do against the Shalene Plains' most lethal wild bots. Hulk then feels Korg to grab him, and before the Hulk can ask what he's doing, Korg launches the Hulk at the wild bots, telling him, I'm just returning the favor. And the Hulk laughs, ha 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 ha. Later aboard the cruiser, the team is treated to a feast for their victory over the wild bots. And for Levine, well, other pleasantries. Among the shadows, Hulk sees the Red King's warbound Shadow watching them. As the feast goes on, there's a sudden explosion from the wall, and a group of Sakaar begin to shout that they are the Sakaar Insurgency. They fight for the outcasts, slaves, and the discarded. They fight for him, the Green Scar. So now, will the Green Scar fight for them? The Imperial Guards begin to fill the room, and the rebel leader shouts to come with them. They will tear the Emperor from his throne. Elo yells that this is it. They can finally bring the fight to the Red King. And the Hulk just looks at them and tells them, forget it. Suddenly the walls break down as the Imperial's Death Heads, the Emperor's deadliest group of assassins, storm the room. The Death's Heads all focus on the rebel members, and Elo shouts that they have to help them. Hulk tells her that she can do as she wants, but I'm gonna finish my dinner. Elo says that the rebels are the only ones trying to fix this world. They need them. And Hulk tells her, puny pinkies, like the puny humans who first called me a monster. Then they come crying for help. Then they come calling me a monster again. One of the Death's Heads grabs Elo, and the Hulk tells him she's with my
Alright, we're getting through
Elo
this.
turns back saying no, she isn't, and then she's taken away. Later, Korg tells Levine that there's nothing that he could have done to save her. She chose her path. Levine scoffs saying, yeah, she's the only one who chose correct. But before they can go, Primus tells the group that their fight against the Wildbots have made the premier Viewbox feed. The Imperial League has taken notice of them, so go get some sleep. Tomorrow they hit the big time. The group is led to their rooms, and Primus quietly talks to the Hulk, saying that it's easy to get caught up in the moment, but he has his eye on the big picture. He can be the one to make it all the way, unlike the others with him, so don't blow that chance. The Hulk doesn't answer him as he pushes the curtains to his room, and the King's Shadow stands there. She lunges with a blade, and the Hulk catches it laughing, and then he asks if she's going to try that every time that we meet. The Shadow smiles, saying that she needs to know her enemies, and he's getting faster, but she can still cut off his head. Hulk tells her that he would rip her in half before his head hit the ground, and the Shadow backs off, saying, maybe next time. Currently, you and your group are a problem for the Emperor as long as you stay in the public eye, so I'm here to buy you. I can take you to the steps, a place of peace, and you will never have to fight again. The Hulk says he's heard that before. No thanks. And the Shadow says to think about it again. You will always be a monster in their eyes. The Hulk pushes open the curtain to two Sakaara women and he smiles. Yeah, at least those guys know what a monster likes. The following morning, the team is gathering in the arena for their next fight. Korg tells everyone that this is it. 3 rounds and they will finally be free. With so many people watching, the Emperor would hesitate before breaking his words. Just then, the sound of a giant engine can be heard, and the announcer calls out that the ship above them is the Imperial Dreadnought. But what is it doing here? Then one of the bombs aims down and it releases. Hulk tells Korg to shield the others, and Korg shouts, even you can't stop a bomb! The Hulk jumps up stating, sure I can, I'm the Hulk! The bomb detonates, covering the arena in a fiery blast, but as the smoke clears, Korg asks if everyone's alright. They all hear Levine groan, and then they see that one of his arms was lost in the blast. Through the dust, the Death's Heads all begin to walk towards them, telling them, enemy targeted. The priest runs over to Levine, telling him to be still, he will want prayer. But Levine tells him, no, I want my sword! Once the group gains their balance, Korg leads the charge to Death's Heads, but something behind them is pulling them back one at a time. The Death's Heads start reporting, enemy down, and the Hulk rips through the group, telling them, no, enemy mad! He grabs one of the Death's Heads and he begins to beat the others with the first guy's body. More appear, stabbing into the Hulk with spears, and the Hulk yells, shaking the whole Coliseum. A short while later, in their cell, the priest prays for Levine, and Meek says that we're going to die tomorrow, aren't we? Korg says, this is our time. And the Brood tells Meek, do not listen, I have seen worse and lived to tell the tale. Everyone begins telling their war stories, each trying to show up the last. But as everyone goes on, the priest tells everyone that that is enough. He places his hand over Levine's body, telling everyone, let you be warbound. In life and death, the oath cannot be broken. This man was Levine Skeet, the protector of Elo, and a hero of their second trail. Those who honor him shall speak their names and bind with each other forever. I am Hirom the Shamed, Shadow Warrior, and Sokka Priest. Meek places his hand over Hirom's, saying, I am Meek the Unhide. And the Brood places hers, stating, I am No Name, Warrior Prime of Brood Worlds. Korg places his hand, stating, I am Korg of Krona, son of Okorg and Ahana. And then finally, the Hulk places his hand there, and Meek says, we are now warbound. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the King's Shadow speaks with a slave trader, and he tells her that he has brought her what he promised. The King's Shadow looks into the container, seeing a silver man, and the trader says that the Green Scar may have started a story, but the Silver Savage will end it. The sun rises the next day, and the sounds of the war drums ring throughout the city, signaling that today is to be a public holiday for everyone to gather. Everyone in the city begins to head to the Coliseum, and as the slaves clean up the arena, one of the slaves notices something. Another asks what he's looking at, and the first slave says that it is a vine, and it grew from the blood of the Green Scar. Once the arena is cleaned, the announcer calls out that this is the moment that everyone's been waiting for. The final challenge of our gladiators. So please welcome the Green Scar and his men. The crowds all cheer and shout, and the announcer says, do not forget your commemorative banners, posters, and shirts. And Meek says, I want a shirt. The Hulk stands in the center of the arena, and the doors to his opponent open up, and his eyes go wide. Hulk asks, is that really the Silver Surfer? And Hiram asks if he knows him. Hulk says, yeah, he's the Silver Surfer. He's a... And the Silver Surfer finishes, friend. As the obedience disc buzzes, the Silver Surfer charges through the group, giving the Hulk a thundering crack with his mace. Hulk jumps up struggling, telling the Silver Surfer, I thought you were different. The Silver Surfer says, please forgive me. And then he knocks the Hulk back again. Meek asks, I thought the humans were weak. And the Brood says, I told you that he was exaggerating. Everyone jumps in attacking, and the Silver Surfer effortlessly pushes everyone back and then uses his board to send Korg flying. Hiram helps Hulk up, saying, another pass at you and we will die. There's only one spot. And the Hulk says, go high, I've got it. Hiram leaps in and the Silver Surfer holds his board up to shield himself, but instead, Hiram vaults off of the board towards the controllers. Hulk runs in, slamming into the obedience disc, and the Silver Surfer falls to his knees. He looks back up, telling him, you broke the disc, I'm free. But before he can finish, the Hulk begins to beat and punch down on the Silver Surfer. The crowds cheer, but the Hulk doesn't stop, and he continues beating on him. Korg stops and telling him, it's over, we've won. We've won 3 rounds in the Great Arena, so it is time for them to give us our freedom. The Coliseum doors open back up, and the King's Shadow steps out stating, you did survive 3 rounds. But the green scar slashed the face of the Emperor, so you have one last test of loyalty. Death's Head pushes out a group of Rogue Cigar and pulls their hoods down. The Shadow goes on saying, Ello, their friend, and a traitor. Kill her and you are free. The Hulk tells them this is a bad joke. And Primus shocks the obedience disc, telling him, too bad, you're gonna do it anyway. Hulk starts to pull his fist back over Ello, and she tells him that is enough. Even you can't withstand the obedience disc. Just tell me one thing. Levine, where? Hiram tells her that he died fighting by their side till the very end. They are his warbound. With that, they invoke the warbound provisions of the Shadow Pact. Their brothers served this woman, and they will not fight this woman. Forcing their hand, they will break the treaty between the Shadow and the Empire. The King's Shadow says that she knows who he is. He is Hiram the Shamed. He gave up his right to invoke the Shadow Pact when he broke his first bond. Hiram says that bond was never broken. She and him never took it. He slams his spear into the ground, saying that even if you speak of treason, I will not fight this girl. Primus says, that's fine. If you won't, I will make you. And he begins shocking everyone's obedience discs. The group resists, and then there's a sudden boom out of everyone's discs. And then everyone else is wearing one. The Silver Surfer says, no more slaves, only 3 people now. Meek says, what now? And the Hulk asks him, what do you think? We tear this mother down. Korg and the Hulk run through the walls of the Coliseum, creating a path for the slaves to run free. As Hiram leads the slaves into the woods, Silver Surfer tells the Hulk that the disc prevented him from using his power cosmic. But he is still weak, something with this planet or the portal leading here. He must now return to the stars. Will he come as well? The Hulk says, back when we first met, I wanted to be taken away to another planet. But now, this is it. I'm finally here. The Silver Surfer says that neither of them should be staying. They won't leave him alone. They will never stop. And the Hulk shakes his head, telling him, so long, Surfer. And the Silver Surfer says, so be it. Be well. He flies into the skies, and the Hulk turns back to everyone else. And he begins to lead the slaves to a place where they can finally be free. As the night falls over the refugee camp, one of the men asks what they're supposed to do now that they're free. And Meek tells him, not to worry, Hulk will take care of things. The man says they all need to open up their eyes. Hulk isn't there to help, he's a monster, just waiting for a chance to eat them. Meek jumps on the man shouting, liar! And next to them the Hulk watches and laughs. Meek turns back shouting to the Hulk, telling him, he's wrong! And the Hulk says, the more the puny pinky talks, the hungrier I get. For those of you guys who don't know, he has been implanted with a device which allows him to be intelligent and talk. The man gets up and starts to run, and the nameless Brood says she can go get him. But Hulk tells her no, let him go. After getting away from the camp, the man pulls out a communicator and he radios back that the camp is completely vulnerable. Just follow his trace and they can find a group of refugees. Kira tells him that she received his message. Hold position. The governor says that it's time to finish this. Begin the bombardment. The man tries to tell him to wait, and then he begins running back. Hulk stops him. Why are you running? There are only monsters here. Seconds later, a bomb is dropped on the camp, covering everything in fire. The next morning, Kira and her guard examine the bomb site. One of the guards says that they only found one body, their own spies. Kira radios to the governor that it was just a decoy, and the governor says that that's fine. They'll track them down. He's busy at the moment. One of the guards asks what they should do next then, and then suddenly a shot rings out through the valley, and Kira rushes over to see the governor, killing some of the locals. She shouts at him, asking, "What are you doing?" And the governor says, "I'm just cleaning some things up, as well as adding bait to our trap." Up on the cliff, Elio watches and draws her blade, stating that this is her only chance. They need to end this now. Hulk pulls out his blade, and Jerome stops him, telling him, "If your enemy invites you in," and then he points towards the other cliff. As the group looks, their reflections begin to shine back, and Jerome says that there are a dozen war chariots and 2 platoons of heavy infantrymen. They need to find a place to lay low and train to take them on. Meek tells everyone that he knows just where to go then. Later, over at the local village farm, Imperial guards tell the locals that the Green Scar has escaped and he was last seen heading this direction. So if they spot him, contact them immediately. One of the locals asks, "Really? The same way you were so helpful when the wild bots attacked?" The guard tells him that this is a military issue. Wild bots are a local issue. But before he can finish, a wild bot leaps out of the waters, biting into him. As the wild bots begin to attack, Headman Char steps out asking what is going on.
Check my earnings.
He tells his men that the Empire has abandoned them. They won't fight for their home.
For sale.
One of the wild bots suddenly starts to move, and before anyone can ask what's going on, the Hulk tears through it, ripping it apart. A short while later, as the villagers are feeding Hulk and his group, one of the bystanders asks if it's really a good idea to let the Green Scar stay. Char tells them that the Red King doesn't care about them. Without the Empire helping take out the wild bots, these monsters are their only hope. As everyone sits around, Meek gets up and sneaks out to the outskirts of the village. That's where he finds a pile of debris, and he kneels down at the skeletal remains of someone like him. The brood appears behind him, stating that she can smell it. The chem's still in the air, even after all of these years. She can smell the hive. His hive. A few moments later, Meek closes his eyes, and everyone back at the village begins to see something. And that's when the images start to take form of Meek growing up. His father was the leader of their hive, and Char and the rest of the Imperial Guard killed his father and took their land. Everyone in the hive was slaughtered, leaving him to be the only survivor. Back at the village, the brood says that Meek has chem bonded with them and shared his life. Meek holds up the skull that he found, telling them, "I'm calling on you for justice." Meek then turns and calls out the Char, telling him, "You killed my father in my hive. Now you will repay." Char says that he did in fact wipe out his hive on the orders of the Emperor. However, if they were to fight, many would die. So he shall invoke Imperial law to allow the both of them to have a trial by arms. The next morning, Meek is to face off against Char, and as soon as the battle begins, Char disarms Meek, pinning him to the ground, telling him to yield. Meek shouts that he'll never yield. Meek then grabs his spear, and he cuts off his own arm, freeing himself, and he swings at Char, grabbing a blade to push it into his neck. But before he could thrust it down, he throws the spear and he begins to cry. Except, someone cries back. The Hulk grabs the earth where the cries are coming from, and a group of hive crawl out calling, "Brother Meek!" Later that night, Kira and her men pass by the now-destroyed village that Char was in charge of. The governor asks where did the monsters go, and as Char looks at himself in the reflection of the governor's armor, he says that all he sees is a monster. Back at the Imperial City, a group of slaves rebel in the name of the Green Scar, and they start attacking the guards stationed there. Fire begins to rain down from the sky, burning the rebels, and the Red King floats above them, telling them, "You would have had it better off if you had just prayed to your king." As the Red King tortures the remaining rebels, the Red King's assistant radios over to Kira that she needs to return. The Emperor needs her. Meanwhile, up ahead at Char's destroyed village, Meek leads the group of younglings, and Jerome says that he does know that they need more provisions to feed them, right? Hulk looks at the group and he tells them, "I know just the place." A short while later, over at the mall, Primus tells a group of slaves that this is the Empire's most lethal gladiatorial training school, and the maw must be fed. But then a voice tells him, "Or not." And the Hulk jumps in, breaking the tooth off of one of the maw beasts. Primus shouts to the slaves to kill him, and he holds up his obedient staff. But then he's kicked by Elia, who takes the staff. She holds it up, telling the slaves to kill Primus. And Hulk grabs it from her, crushing it, saying, "No, they are all free now." She shouts, "Why did you do that? Primus killed my father, he deserves to die." And the Hulk tells her, "If it's so, then kill him yourself." Elio looks at Primus and then turns to walk away. Primus says, "Thanks, I always knew that you were the smart one." And the Hulk turns to him and tells him, "Shut up or I'll do the job." One of the slaves shouts for the Hulk to watch out, and the mob beast lunges at him. He pulls off the obedience disc and he pats his nose, telling him, free. Now with more refugees and even the Empire's provisions, the Hulk leads the group towards the steps so that they can finally be free, and Jerome says that this is no man's land, protected by the Shadow Treaty. The Empire will not follow them there. However, since the Spike War, it's been a wasteland. Nothing grows there, only monsters live there. The Hulk looks out at the wasteland and he says, sounds like home. As the group continues on, Meek says, we have to go back. I can hear the voices in the air calling to us. Back over at Char's village, the group spots Char and the governor killing a group of locals. Elio says that that's what they get for letting those people live. And Meek tells Hulk, it's time to smash. We are warbound. Seconds later, the Hulk leads the charge down on the Imperial Guards. And as they do, an explosion begins to go off from behind. A large boulder is thrown into the group, and Hulk and Krog stop it from crushing everyone. As everyone fights, Meek sees Char and he tells him, I'm coming for you. Char says, you couldn't finish me before. What makes you think? But before Char can even finish his words, Meek grabs a spear, stabbing into him, and he picks up his body. Hulk and Krog throw the boulder onto the Death's heads, and Krog runs over to Meek, telling him, it's over. Meek pulls out the spear and dagger and he asks, over? Meek is just getting started. Meek shouts as he leads a group towards the guards, but before killing them, Hulk says, stupid bug. He claps his hands, knocking everyone to the ground, and Meek jumps at the Hulk with his spear, asking, why? As the spear hangs from the Hulk's chest, Krog tells him, you already know why. And Meek tells him, all I know is what you taught me. Back at the Imperial City, Kira fights off a group of rebels as she sees the Red King torching a group of townspeople. Kira jumps in his way, telling him to let her, and then she slams her hand down, knocking everyone to the ground. She gets back up, telling him, there, they won't bother you now, but the Red King tells her, they will bother me.
Someone just gave me a bunch of free stuff. That was
Before
nice.
he can go back to killing, the king's assistant shouts, the governor, he returns! The Red King asks, where is his army? And the governor says that it's like the old rhyme says, he isn't the Green Scar, he's the Sakaar son. Instantly the governor is burned where he stands, and the Red King shouts that he is the Sakaar son.
Someone just gave me a bunch of pets.
He is the hero protector, the deliverer of people, the true son of Sakaar. Meanwhile, back with the Hulk and his group, the night begins to fall over the snowy
I like that
steppes.
kind of chaos.
As everyone regroups, Meek heads over to the younglings, and the Brood tells them that they've been calling for him. They've been calling for him to change. The next morning, the refugees say that they've received a transmission from the Crown City. Hundreds of slaves are rioting in the streets, and the time for them to return is now. The Hulk tells them, so go. All I ever wanted was for people to leave me alone. If you all have a brain, you'll shut the hell up and leave me before I kill this whole stupid plan.
Wow, I didn't have any of these.
In, telling him, no, you're not going anywhere. The Hulk looks up to see Meek.
Let's take a look-see.
In his hive, telling him that Meek is no longer Brother Meek. He
is
is King Meek.
Turtle.
Meek holds up a spear, telling the Hulk that they are warbound. And the Hulk smacks it away,
Alright,
telling him,
guys.
get your hands off me. All of the Hive brothers begin to charge in and jump on the Hulk, and Meek leaps through the crowd, stabbing into the Hulk's chest. The Hulk knocks Meek off and he shouts, you just don't listen. I said I was done. He raises both of his fists over Meek's body, and as he swings down, Korg jumps in the way, taking the hit. Korg looks up, stating that Meek wants to hunt the Red King, but you need to stop. Meek helps Korg get back up, asking, how can I stop? This is what I was made for. So with that, Korg and Jerome lead a group of refugees into the steppes, while Hulk follows Meek as he takes his army towards the Empire. As the army moves, the refugees spot Kira and her army coming towards them, and the archers open fire, but the arrows just bounce off and break on Kira's skin. The captain tells the archers to reload, but the Hulk tells them to wait. I'll handle this. As him and Kira walk into the field, the Hulk asks, what does she want? And she says that he should have listened to her before. Now the king wants his head, and the Hulk says, that's funny. I was just coming for his. Kira then says that he'll kill millions to get to him, and the Hulk says that he'll kill them anyway. Kira holds out her spear and says maybe, but if she can kill him first, there might be a chance. As the end of the spear is thrust into the Hulk's shoulder, he says, that's cute, and he pulls it out. He then takes out his sword, and with such a force, he slams it down on Kira's spear, shattering both weapons. The two run at each other as the Hulk slams down, and Kira punches forward. The force from the two blows shake the ground, and the dust settles, and the Hulk gets up, telling her, so that's the old power. Kira starts to get up, telling him that he should be dead. And the Hulk tells her, you look dead. As the two start to make their way towards each other, one of the guards then looks at the blood left from the Hulk, and he says, it's really him. The Green Scar is the Sakaar son. The Red King in response says, "Fine, so do it now!" Suddenly, one of the Imperial dreadnoughts begins to fall out of the sky and it crashes onto the Imperial army. The Hulk asks, "Was that a bomb?" And Kira tells him, "No, it's not a bomb, it's the spikes." Small flesh creatures begin jumping out of the dreadnought and latching onto anything that moves. And Kira goes on, stating that they will destroy the world. The Hulk picks up a spear, asking, "Didn't you hear? That's my job!" As the infected shuffle towards them, the Hulk scoffs that they really don't look so tough, and she better not go anywhere because once he's done with them, he's going for her. Kira takes the tip of her spear and slams it into the Hulk's foot, telling him that he won't get a chance. He shouts, "Fine!" And then he grabs Kira and he throws her over at the group of infected. Once she's in the clear, the Hulk turns back and begins smashing through the infected. And as he punches a hole through one, it spits out a tentacle into his neck. Meek shouts to the Hulk to come on, and the Hulk turns back with the spike slowly consuming him, and he shouts, "Run!" Meek doesn't leave, and he pulls and rips the spike out of his own chest, and then he stabs it into the ground. The Hulk laughs, calling Meek a stupid bug, and as a giant spike crawls up, Meek says that he's going to need a bigger spear. The Hulk then tells Meek to back up. He needs some room, and he slams his fist into the ground. The ground begins to split, causing the giant spike to fall, and Elio tells everyone to hurry this up. She points to a nearby village and says that if they can get there, they'll be safe. Meanwhile, over at the village, the Red King radios to Kira, telling her he thought
this is
that
my
he
Final
told her
Fantasy
to kill the
VII
Green
news.
Scar. Kira shouts that they need Death's hands and Deathfire bombs to clear up this mess. The Red King smiles, telling her to relax. They're already on the way. Another dreadnought appears and begins to drop those bombs, but not on the spikes. Kira watches as the bombs begin to circle around the village, and she says that he is trapping the entire village with the spikes. And the Hulk looks up into the sky, smiling. Stupid pinkies. Kira then helps the village defend against the spikes with flamethrowers while the Hulk begins to throw boulders, making a path in the village. As he gets there, he jumps on the wall, telling Kira to burn him. The Red King tells her not just yet, and the Hulk shouts, "No!" Kira aims the gun and covers the Hulk in flames, and he reaches up, grabbing the gun, telling her, "Thanks, those are starting to itch." He then begins to shoot down at the spikes, and he tells everyone to back up. Kira grabs another gun and stands with him as the two burn the spikes down. Down to the village, Meek leads the younglings to safety, but the younglings say that they can sense something is there. Meek runs towards one of the silos, and he opens up the door, and he sees their queen chained up. Meek shouts, "Queen!" And the queen says, "Hello, my king." A few seconds later, Meek and the rest of them burst out of the silo, shouting that he will kill them all. And Elio tells him to stop, but Meek continues to shout that they were making her lay eggs for them to eat. Now he will eat them. But before Meek can bite off one of the villagers' heads, a spike shoots out, stabbing into the queen. The Hulk grabs onto the end of the flamethrower, burning his hand, and then he jumps down, ripping the spike out of the queen. One of the hive runs up, burning the spike, and Meek asks if she's... And she tells him, "Yes, little king, I will live." Korg then floats down to one of the transport platforms, and he says that he's been busy. And the Hulk laughs. It's time to blow this joint. While everyone holds off the spikes, Kira helps load everyone onto the transport platforms, and then notices a small child alone crying. She runs over to get them, and then the Red King tells her that she can't kill the Hulk, so now her and her precious civilians are just getting in his way. So this is where they say goodbye. Kira looks up to see the dreadnought hover and then release more bombs. The child says that they are scared, and Kira holds them close, stating, "Close your eyes." The bombs fall, and everyone turns back to the center of the village, and through the fire, Kira walks up holding the child, and as the wind blows, it blows the ashes of the child away. The Hulk reaches down, and then he helps Kira onto the platform to help her get away from the mess. And as the group flies over the spikes, Jerome says, "You, who are war-bound, speak your true name and be bound to us forever." Kira recites her name as Kira the Old Strong, once the Emperor's shadow, and now she will fight by their side until they are all dead. Or until she splits the Red King from gullet to groin. The Hulk says that that works for him, and he shouts to the Dreadnought, "Listen up! You tried to kill me with swords and spears, bombs and spikes, but you just made me mad. So get ready, Red King. We're coming for you." After escaping the spikes from the small village of Ansar, Hulk and the refugees regroup at their small encampment. The nameless brood tells the young hivelings of the stories of the Green Scar, who has set them free, and the children cheer. But as the spirits of the refugees rise, Kira tells Hulk that it's time to move out. Meek says that they must wait. They have almost stopped the bleeding of their queen from the spikes. And Kira tells them that if they stay, the Imperials will catch up to them and they will all be dead. Just as she says that, a fiery blast shoots through the camp. Everyone turns back to see the Imperial army herding the spikes in the direction of the camp. Kira stands before the army telling them to please listen, but the Imperial captain shouts that the Emperor commands this. They won't be stopped until every rebel is dead. As the Imperial army begins to push the spikes forward, Hulk says, "Forget this," and he slams his fist into the ground. The shockwave splits and cracks open the planet, causing the lava below to rise and wash over the spikes. While the others help the refugees escape, Meek flies up to the hover platforms and begins knocking and throwing the Imperial army down into the lava. One of the Death's heads manages to shoot back up onto the Hulk's platform, causing it to tip over. Elio tries to grab a hold of the Hulk and Kira, but down in the lava, Korg tells her not to worry. He's got it covered. Just as the Hulk and Kira fall, Korg grabs a boulder, tossing it into the lava, creating a platform for the two of them to land on. And just then, a creature surfaces out of the lava, screaming! And Kira shouts that it's a macaw!
Pokemon thing.
I've always loved the lava monsters, but I've got a better idea. He grabs Kira by the waist and he leaps off of the boulder, and Meek pulls Korg out, as Korg says that it will be tough to top that on a second date. An hour later, Hulk and the refugees continue on, but as everyone cheers at their victory, the Hive Queen tells Meek that he did all that he could. The Spike's infections have run too deep. They must run before it's too late. Meek shouts, "No, he won't!" However, the infection spreads over the Queen and she begins to lash out at everyone. Hulk grabs a club, telling Meek to get back, and Meek wrestles him down, telling him, "You will not kill my queen!" He then looks at one of the flamethrowers on the ground, and with sadness in his eyes, he burns the Spike along with his queen. Everyone watches in silence, and as Meek stops the infection, he then kills the last remaining queen of the Hive. Jerome tells Kira that it is time. They must see the Shadow Elders, they must listen, and they will help their cause. Hulk turns back, stating that he doesn't need their crummy, but Jerome stops him, telling him that even he cannot fight the Imperials alone. And so the refugees march through the deserts to find the Shadow Elders. As a passing sandstorm blows over, the Hulk pulls the tarp away, feeling a rumble coming out of the ground. And then he looks out to see several Corkers, and behind them, the Shadow Elders. Hulk runs into battle the Corkers, and then one of the Elders tells Hulk that they did not come to fight. The Corkers came to find him. One of the refugees asks, "Who are these people?" And Archie, the robot, tells him, "Let's see, they are tall, gray, and wrinkled. I'd say that they're the Shadow Elders." One of the Elders calls...
Alright, give me 1 minute. I kinda feel like I need a snack or something. Okay. I'm gonna watch a little TV while I eat. Some cartoons and cereal.
Calls out to Kira asking why is she here. Should
Brings
she
me back.
not be serving the Emperor? And she tells
Not
him
really
that she no longer
cartoons, but
serves
kinda
the Emperor.
cartoons.
He has released spikes on them, and it will bring doom to them all. The Elder says that she must go back. She must mend the rift, but her Rome stops him, telling him, "Can you not see? He has come." As the Elders look at the Hulk, a light begins to swirl around the group, and in a flash, the Elders alone with Hulk vanish. The light fades and the Hulk looks around the inside of a temple asking, "What is this?" One of the Elders says that it is an ancient vessel that brought the Shadow People here from their world. They only have traces of the old power left in their blood, so they fired up the ancient engines and created a great portal. It brought the Death's Heads, the Silver Surfer, and then him here. The Hulk asks, "Why?" And the Elder goes on saying that they believed the old stories that said the Sakarsan will come and save their planet. However, before they can offer their support, he must first pass a test. That is, if he isn't afraid. The Elders gather around Hulk and suddenly he is shocked and the images start to flash before his eyes. The images are of when the Hulk had fought against his friends, and the voices of the Elders tell him that even though they are his friends, they challenged him and they will do so again, because he is a monster. He laughs, telling him, "Yeah, but so are you." And one of the Elders tells him to look deeper. The images begin to change, and then he sees Tony Stark, Reed Richards, and others, all telling him that everything he does ends up in death. He punches the image of Tony in a fit of rage, and then he shatters it. The images all begin to fade, and the Elder asks how can he unite when his heart is so full of hate. He is not the Sakarsan. Kira shouts that it doesn't matter. He stopped the spikes. He's saved. But the Hulk stops her, telling her it doesn't matter. And then he lifts up the Shadow People's ship, stating that he's got what he's come for anyways. Back outside, the spikes begin to surround the group outside and they attack. But as they do, the Imperial Dreadnoughts too begin to fly overhead. Just as the fighting begins against two of the groups, Hulk and Kira ride atop the Shadow People's ship, fending off the air attacks. Kira tells the Hulk that they could be riding on the inside. The missiles can't hurt the starship of the Shadow People. And the Hulk grabs one of the missiles out of the air and he throws it down into the spikes, telling her, "Yeah, but this is a lot more fun." From inside of the ship, Archie says that he just about had the EMP ready, and suddenly a light shines from the starship and all of the dreadnoughts begin to lose power and fall to the ground. The Hulk says, "All right, next stop is Crown City." As everyone gets back on the ground, Hulk tells Meek, "You can smell it, right? The spikes. They're trying to chem with them." Everyone looks around and the spikes not attacking, and the Hulk begins to walk towards one of the fallen ships containing the spikes. Before walking into the ship, the Nameless Brood says that they are calling for the Hulk inside of their ship, and Meek says they can't trust these stupid little spikes. So what are they gonna find inside? Hulk inside sees a larger form spike, and he tells him, "Bigger spikes." Back outside, Elio and Jerome wait for the Hulk's return when a group of Sakarsans walk up to Elio, telling her that these men have come to see her. They say the Red King's days are over and they call for a queen. Suddenly an explosion goes off in the distance and Elio tells everyone that they will fight their way to the city. But before she can go very far, the people around Elio burst into flames and the Red King floats down, telling them, "It's always so satisfying cleaning house, isn't it? Now, would you like to die by incineration or decapitation?" A loud stomp can be heard and the Hulk asks, "What about option 3? I kick your ass." Before coming out, Meek says, "These are the Spike Fathers. They are coming with them, telling their stories and sending their memories. They are known as the Spikes, killing spores that consume any organic material that they touch. But that is not who they truly are. In their natural form, they live out in space, absorbing the cosmic energies from the dying stars. Every few generations, they migrate, but as they passed by our planet, something went wrong and their ships crashed onto the surfaces. Without their cosmic energy, they lost their minds and souls and went insane, consuming everything that they touched. The Emperor's robots forced them into the ships and launched them on our shattered moon, locking them in the hull for generations. Now, the Emperor has brought them back and their children run insane through the world." The father then says that for a little while they can help, only if they help in return. Back in the current time, the Red King knocks Hulk to the ground with his fiery sword, and Hulk tells Meek to chem, so the Red King can see. That way, when he beats him to death, he'll see why. Suddenly, the Red King stops because they see the lives and stories of all of those that he's affected, and when they fade, he tells everyone, "What do you want from me? Tears? I killed him as my right, as my duty, as my pleasure." The Red King slashes at Hulk, and after breaking through his arm guard, the Hulk takes both of his fists and cracks the Red King across the face. After punching him away, the Red King fires 2 missiles, stating, "Yeah, well, I can get mad too." The Hulk walks through the blast, smacking him away, telling him, "You're not mad enough." The Red King picks himself back up and he tells Hulk, I'll give you one last chance to kneel before me, or I'll burn everything that you've ever tried to save. The Hulk tells him, you're dead. And the Red King turns back, pushing a button telling him, no, we're dead. The ground begins to crack, and through the splits, the lava starts to rise up, spewing and tossing into the air. Kira says that as the Old Strong, the planet speaks to her, and it cannot hold. The Red King has cracked its plates. Hulk listens to the refugees as they ask, what are we going to do? The planet is splitting and we're all going to die. He then jumps down into the hole and he begins to swim through the lava, down to the shattered plates. With all of his strength, he pulls and he shifts and he pulls! Back on top, Kira says that the plates have been shifted. And Korg tells her, of course he did it, he's the Hulk. Seconds later, Hulk shoots out of the lava up into the air and he punches through the Red King's shield, shouting, die! The Red King's body is thrown through the city walls into the Wild Bot forest. Some of the locals shout that it's a Wild Bot, but the Red King gets up yelling, you're just stupid slaves! I am no Wild Bot! And then the sounds of clicking can be heard as a spike shoots through the Red King's back. As the rest of the Wild Bots come out, all that can be heard is the screams of the Red King. Hulk then lands in the middle of the city, crushing the Red King's pauldrons, telling everyone, the real monster of this planet is dead. Everyone begins to cheer, and Jerome says that the war is over. Let the peace begin. Though the war with the Red King is over, the Hulk leaves with the Spike Fathers. As the night falls, the arena cheers for their new king, and as Korg hands Hulk the crown, Hulk asks, was this your bright idea? Korg tells him that he did this because he knows that he can do this. He has the strength and the will. And as they look back at Hulk on the throne, the Spike Fathers all offer their tendrils to Hulk, sucking the gamma radiation. Kira watches and says that he cannot bear every burden of this world. And the Hulk responds with, says who?
Did I miss something?
Into the throne, Kira holds his hand, and Jerome looks back at the crown, quietly stating, may the prophet preserve you, King Hulk. After finally defeating the Red King, hours pass as the Hulk sits on the throne as the Spike Fathers latch onto him. They are sucking him dry. Kira tells him that it's been 7 hours, even he can't take, but the Hulk stops her, telling her, I'm the Hulk. I can take anything. As he groans, Kira watches as the Hulk's hand starts to change into a human's hand. Bruce Banner is finally there, and he says that so long as they feed on him, no one has to die. The Spike Fathers release themselves, giving their thanks, and they float off through the window. Bruce gets back up and he takes off his cloak and he reverts back to the Hulk, and he asks, how about we get some breakfast? Down in the city, Meek and Elo chase down a group of Imperial loyalists as they run back
realized,
into their temple.
Bruce came back
kills
for like
one of
a
them, one of the loyalists
microsecond.
inside begs for her to spare them. She shouts, why should she? They supported the Red King while he, and the woman that asks if that's Elo, and Elo asks if that's her mother. Meek runs in shouting, kill them all! And as he swings at her mother, Elo stops him, telling him to wait! That's her mother. Meek tells her it doesn't matter! She helped the Emperor! One of the Hive brothers grabs Elo's mother, saying that it doesn't matter, they're killing her! Elo swings his sword back, cutting the Hive brother's face, and Meek points his spear, shouting, pinkies! Elo shouts back, bugs! And the Hulk crashes through the wall, calling them both punks. He separates the two of them and then continues shouting back and forth, and the Hulk tells him, fine, you want to argue? You can settle things in the great arena. As Meek's brothers and Elo's rebels face off in the arena, Korg tells them that this is their last chance to drop their weapons. As neither answers, Korg says, so be it. And the bell for the fight is rung. Both Meek and Elo charge at each other, but neither is attempting to really fight. Hulk slams his fist on the ground, shouting for them to hurry up and fight! 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 He runs in, knocking Elo and Meek away, telling them, if you don't want to fight, go ahead and fight me or die. Both groups start stabbing into the Hulk, and he continues to shout, come on! As the last spear is thrown into him, he tells them, this fight is over. We are all war-bound now, so embrace your brothers or I will kill you myself. The next day, the Shadow Elders come to the palace to re-establish their Shadow Pact with the new king. They give Hulk an offer. So long as he guarantees their ancient land rights, they will pledge their support to him in the time of war, and provide him with a Shadow Guard. Kira, the Old Strong, was the Emperor's guard, and Hulk stops them, telling them, I don't need a Shadow Guard. I want a queen. He holds out his hand to Kira, and she takes it. As the two walk off, Korg says that he believes that they have themselves a treaty. After a short moment of preparation, Hulk returns to his chambers, and Kira sits kneeling before a blue flame. She tells him that she is a shadow, and for their marriage to be true, they must complete the shadow ceremony. So will he kneel with her as she kneels with him? Hulk kneels, stating, I will. And then Kira takes his hand over the blue flame, asking if he will burn with her, as she burns with him. And the Hulk says, I will. Kira then asks, will he bear his body and soul with her, as she bears it with him? And the Hulk remains silent.
Alright, let me get
She tells him that she must know him,
to settle my stomach.
all of him.
I just ate
So
like a
please show
shit
her.
ton of Wheaties.
He looks at her and tells her, oh,
know what I'm gonna be doing later.
His body begins to revert, and seconds later, Bruce is there, and he tells her that his name is Bruce. And she asks, so the Hulk let him out so that she can see all of him. Kira stands for a moment, and then she kisses Bruce, and as Bruce reaches back, his hand begins to change back into the Hulk. Meanwhile, over in the Science Hall, Meek and the Nameless Brood walk through the Science Hall as Meek says how the Pinkies will get their queen. But the Hulk is forgetting about them, forgetting about their dying queen, forgetting what he's made for, being angry, smashing, and revenge. The Nameless Brood says that maybe it is time for forgetting. Now come so that they can be alone in the dark. As Meek grabs onto the Nameless Brood's hand, he hits a button and the room lights up, and the video of Reed telling Bruce that he's sorry starts to play. Meek watches and says, this will make the Hulk remember his anger. With the reforming of the government, he spends the evening sleeping with his new queen. And as he lays, he hears Meek's voice call out to him that he has something to show him. Hulk hurries over to the Science Hall telling Meek, this better be good, whatever it is. And as the recording from Hulk's ship plays, Meek says that it's the recording that he brought. His name is Bruce, right? Hulk watches and listens, and then he says, they tried to kill me. He smashes the screen and he looks back at the researchers. He doesn't say a word, and he leaves. A few moments later, Kira begins to wake up asking what's going on, and then she notices the Hulk carrying her as he leaps from the palace. When they land, Kira looks around and says that this is the steps. Why bring her here? Hulk tells her that she once said that this is a place of peace, that if he were to come here, he would never have to fight again, so maybe they should just go. She kisses him, telling him that she will go wherever he wishes, but he does not need to fear himself. They fought for this land, bled for this land, and now look what's been brought to them. Kira goes on saying that he doesn't need to run away because this is where he belongs, with his people, with his queen, and his children. She moves his hand to her stomach and his eyes widen. Later in the Trader District that was destroyed by the Red King's rampage, the loud booms can be heard, stopping everyone around. Everyone rushes over to see what's going on, and Meek flies in asking, what are you doing? Hulk tells him, war is over. Now we make peace. However, the Red King's enemies still surround us. So I will have Jerome and Core go to the Phillians to negotiate a treaty. Archie will go to the Twisted Wood to speak with the Wildbots. Oh, frats. Hulk then points to Meek and Ello, telling them that they will help him with the spikes, but first they have some cleaning to do. After they begin to clean the district, Hulk and the others head over to the spikes to help pull their ship out of the ground. As all of the spikes begin to board their ship, he asks, what are they saying? And Meek says that he's chemming with the big spike, but they're not saying anything. He's just happy to return to the stars. Once everyone is ready, the two ships fly into space, but before letting the spikes go, Hulk stops by the shattered moon to help with the captive spikes. He jumps out of the ship to open up the sealed hulls, and as the spores return to the fathers, Elo says that she can feel it. It's like a million voices all going home. As the spores leave, Elo sees Hulk burning and asks what he's doing. Meek tells her that he's going home too, he's just taking the fast way. As Hulk falls back to the planet, Kira runs out to see what's going on, and Korg says something fell, but he can't tell what it is. Jerome tells him it's alright, and in fact, it's perfect. Back in the city, everyone can feel the voices from those lost by the spores, hearing the voices telling everyone goodbye. As the Hulk returns, everyone cheers for the Green King. So much so that even...
Alright, take a break, Benny. Loading stone. A rolling stone, such as yourself, will surely find some business in common with a fellow called Floating Stone, if you would but speak to the miner. Alright. Let's make him a fucking oaf. You know about quotes, Doblins. Didn't expect you to. They're only found in the most dangerous reaches the Thunderland. Type of goblin they are, just kind of crunchier. Ah yes, they eat crystals, you know, and round these parts there's a king feast to be had. Makes the Doblins grow pure, clear quartz right in their bodies. You think you could get some for me? I guess I'm a pseudo-miner now.
Even the children have built a statue of Hulk for when he first landed on the planet. He looks around and he asks, what is all of this? And Kira just tells him to smile. Behold and smile. She says it's time for them to just live. And just then, a beeping sound can be heard from the ship. The recording of Reed begins to play, and the message, warning, warp core compromise, begins to play. Hulk runs to the ship, telling everyone to run away, and he rips it out of the ground. He throws the ship as hard as he can into the sky, and he tells everyone to get down. A second later, the ship creates a massive explosion. As the blast hits the ground, the Hulk shields Kira, but she tells him not to worry. She will never leave him. Everyone who's away from the city can see and feel the explosion as it rips through the ground. Along the pathway to the Phillians, Korg asks what just happened, and he turns back and says, it was the humans. Their shuttle exploded. The ground beneath them begins to crack, and lava shoots out of the ground, burning everyone. As Jerome tries to save the people, Korg says his face turned to stone. Jerome quietly says the Shadow Elders are dead. The strength of the old strong has been passed down to him. But it's too late. The humans have killed them. They have killed their whole world. As the ground burned, Meek flies overhead to the Shadow starship, and he tells everyone to grab a line. Korg grabs one, and he tells Jerome to take his hand. But as Jerome just looks up, he stares. Korg tells him that they are warbound to the end, so either he takes his hand, or he will come down into the magma and get him. Jerome takes Korg's hand, and as they lift, the ground breaks apart, covering the entire area in lava. Back at the center of the explosion, Hulk tells himself that the people said that he was the Sakarsan, but he was the world breaker all along. He just didn't know that they were too. The stupid humans with their stupid shuttle. They can't do anything right. He picks up Kira's body, and he thinks about how he wishes that he could just die, burn away into nothing. But now,
that shuttle,
the bomb has made him stronger. Soon, Kira's body turns to ash from the heat, and he slams his fist into the ground, ripping a giant piece of the earth apart, throwing it, shouting, "Give them back!" The smoke begins to fade, and the Hulk falls to his knees, asking for them to give her back. He looks up, and he sees the Shadow starship. The starship lands, and from the hatch, Jerome, Korg, Meek, Elo, and the Nameless Brood come out. He tells them to leave him alone, and Jerome says that they are warbound to the end. Hulk sighs, stating that this is the end. Nothing left to save, nothing left to smash. Elo tells him, perhaps not here, but the robot has a map of the whole universe. The Nameless Brood says that she is sure that he can figure out some place that he'd like to go. And so with the remaining Sakarans, Hulk and the others worked, forged, and completed. Now with the tools that they need, it is time for Hulk to set a course for Earth. Now, out in space, the Hulk is en route, riding atop of a ship that carries his warbound, punching any asteroid in his path. As they approach the Earth, he lands on the moon with a whack room. Medusa stands behind him, wind blowing in the air. You come unannounced to the land of the Inhumans, girded for war. But you cannot win this fight. You have faced my lord before, Hulk. You were defeated. He sees Black Bolt standing by her side, but she continues. Black Bolt's master blow can shatter your bones. His merest whisper can blow your broken body into the sun, and he glares at them. You shot me into space. He begins to turn and face them. Approach Black Bolt and Medusa. You killed my world. And Medusa tells him to stop. Instead, he grabs Black Bolt by the arms. Never. And Black Bolt whispers, enough. The force of that attack blows the Hulk back, but he holds on to Black Bolt's arms. The force continues to blow against his face, and he continues to hold on until it's too much. That simple whisper throws him across the moon, burying him. As Black Bolt tries to walk away, the Hulk informs him, I didn't come here to hear you whisper. Black Bolt turns around to see the Hulk leaping right into him. I came to hear you scream. Down on the planet, in a city, the ship cruises over. It projects an image of the Hulk for the entire planet to see. Puny humans, I have come here to smash, but I want you to know who's to blame. You call them heroes. I call them monsters. Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Doctor Strange, Black Bolt. They shot me into space, sent me to a planet where I could be hurt and die, but I survived with my warbound. Korg, Meek, Elio, Jerome, and my queen. queen. But your
Anybody
heroes
cares
also
about
sent a
their
bomb
names.
that went off and killed millions of people. And my queen. You have 24 hours to evacuate this city. And when I return, I want those 4 heroes. If they are not here, he then holds up a beaten and bloodied Black Bolt for all to see. I will do this to your whole stinking planet. Director Tony Stark flies into space to try and get back the satellites that the Hulk's troops took upon entry. But it doesn't work. They're prepared for whatever it is that he wanted to do. And then Doctor Strange appears before him. The Hulk withstood Black Bolt's voice. What do you think your machines will do, Stark? He's never been angrier. Therefore, he's never been stronger. Use your magic, Steven. Send him away and have him tear apart someone else's world. Come back stronger. Now we will deal with this. We have 24 hours. Each of us must prepare in our own way. Meanwhile, with that broadcast around the world, many people saw it, and many other heroes other than the 4 that the Hulk came for are preparing. There are plenty of heroes around, and they all need to try and stop the Hulk. A young man walks out of a diner in his civilian clothes, walking to a motorcycle, and a voice speaks in his head. No, this is not our affair. And the young man tells him, but you will obey me.
Is this the end? I thought we'd always have each other, my hair and I. Snurple blood. The deep crimson lifeblood of a void-sent Snurple. Remarkably, one of the hairsuit creatures contains less than a half score of drops. Snurple blood! You, sir, are a lifesaver. Now, for the tonic, uncork the sea pickles, mine the effluvia, and whittle of this and a pizzle of that, and there. Don't stand on ceremony, tick-tock, tick-tock. Put your back into it and work it into my scalp. Why does this have to be my burden? I can't do it at this time. What's your problem? Supposed to like... What am I missing here? Am I like too low of a level right now? What's... Do I like select his head separately? What am I not getting here? Why am I being interrupted? Stand in front of him? Over him? Explain! Give me a reason! Alright, AI, fix it. Oh. I cannot use the Schnurple tonic on Helm as head of some less stresses distress. I hate when I have to look shit up. Yeah, so the quest is bugged, or I'm not a high enough level. Maybe I'm not a high enough level to do it, to like finish it off. Alright, well, either way, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be back. Okay, back. Ready to be a ninja. Kinda. Alright, so I guess I'll have to do that one a little later. I don't even know if I can turn this one in then. No, I can't. That's main quest stuff. I'm holding back on that. Alright. I guess I could try to do some levies. They're within my level. Where am I? Oh, I could just fly. Ain't that far. Oops. Boop. Alright, lay it on me, Benny.
No, there are people in New York. They need our help. A heat begins to overcome the man, and then his head lights on fire, revealing a skull. This entire world needs our help. Are you so foolish that you would jeopardize billions of souls to save only a few? He falls to his knees, putting his hands to his face. My name is Johnny Blaze. I'm a world-famous stunt cyclist who holds 9 Guinness World Records. I sold my soul to the devil without even considering that it might not work out. In other words, I am that foolish. He hops on the motorcycle and the tires ignite, and the Ghost Rider rides to New York to stop the Hulk before he can kill millions. He hits Brooklyn and he sees an army trying to evacuate everyone, so he rides up the Brooklyn Bridge and he leaps over it, catapulting himself into the air, crossing over buildings. He tells himself the scary part about a jump isn't the jump, it's the landing. And he comes to a screeching halt in front of the Hulk. He looks him in the face. Here we go. Bruce, listen to me. I know what it's like to have something burning up inside of you that wants vengeance, but you can control it. Look around, man! This has gone too far! The Hulk smiles. He actually smiles. Bravo. And he claps his hands together with a shockwave that throws the Ghost Rider into a nearby building. Ghost Rider gets up, realizing the Hulk just threw him aside like he was nothing. And he looks at his bike, and he has an idea. He hops on it, and he begins to ride down the street, flinging his chain. It cuts into the side of a building, and then the Hulk looks at it.
Yeah, there we got some quests here.
It cuts into another side as Johnny rides around the block. And the motorcycle roars as the Hulk sees what Ghost Rider is doing. Because then he drags the whole building behind him, dropping it on the Hulk. He brings the bike to a screeching halt as he turns to face him. I did it. And then he hears something angry, something determined. The big green hand reaches out of the ground, grabbing the Ghost Rider and yanking him through the street into the subway. He holds the Ghost Rider up by both of his arms and he tells him, "Stay out of my way. This is none of your concern." The voice in Johnny's head tells him, "He's right, you know." And Johnny screams out, "Shut up!" referring to the voice in his head. But the Hulk, he didn't hear that voice. So he throws Ghost Rider into the sky. Before he gets high enough, he throws the chain back down, wrapping it around the Hulk's neck, stopping his ascent. Then he slams himself back onto the ground, hooked onto the Hulk. He rolls onto his back, realizing that he's holding the chain, and the voice asks him, "What's your plan now?" Johnny hops on his bike, realizing that he has to get the Hulk out of New York, and he hits top speed, pulling the Hulk by the chain. Once he feels it go taut, he realizes he has the Hulk, and he pulls him out of the ground. Except the Hulk tied the chain to a subway car, and the Ghost Rider's just been pulling that. The Ghost Rider realizes that he's been tricked, and he hears boom, boom, boom. And he looks around, and he can't see the Hulk, but he looks up. The Hulk is standing on his spaceship, looking down onto the streets, and he sees Ghost Rider. "You beauty bug, squash you like bug." The Hulk leaps off of the ship as Ghost Rider realizes what's coming, and then with a loud boom, the Hulk buries the Ghost Rider into the ground with the full force that he can deliver. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange and Iron Man are watching the battle, and Steven informs Tony that the Ghost Rider has just fallen. The Ghost Rider is a being of boundless power. He is godlike, except the human that he inhabits is like a safety to keep him in check. Steven sensed that Johnny was in control of the Ghost Rider, not the spirit of vengeance. Therefore, he was much weaker than he could have been. And then he sees something that causes him to panic. With the fall of Johnny, the safety's off. Tony asks, "Isn't that good?" And Steven tells him, "No, A spark ignites in the eye of the Ghost Rider, and boom! The entire ground erupts into a massive explosion, taking out multiple blocks of Brooklyn. The Hulk takes the blast in the face, and he stares at the center of it as the Ghost Rider rides again. He lands with another crackening thud, and his entire body is on fire. He is the true Ghost Rider, full of vengeance. The Hulk stares him down, and the Ghost Rider revs the bike. The Hulk looks on him again, and with the bike idling, the Ghost Rider turns and leaves. Tony asks Steven what just happened as Steven tells Tony, I expected the true Ghost Rider to leave, because the Ghost Rider only avenges the innocent, which we, Tony, are not. As Damage Control is standing there doing their job, the current Ant-Man, Eric O'Grady, is being spoken to. He tells the woman in front of him, Abigail, to turn around, because above them is a giant spaceship hovering over the area. Ant-Man looks up. You know, there's something you don't see every day. The Hulk shows a holographic image of him holding Black Bolt's body. Now this city will fall. You have 24 hours to evacuate. When I return, I want to see Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, and Doctor Strange. If they aren't here, I'll do this to your whole stinking planet. Abigail turns to Ant-Man and tells him that she's getting out of this city. She can't be here. Ant-Man secretly...
Alright. Vita Mashraka. That's a real name. Alright, cat lady. I heard Captain Landenel regaling you with the many tales of his youth. Much has he seen and known, having journeyed throughout Erosa with naught but his wits. I am a child of the Twelve's Woods, a whaler through and through. I never have I cast a shadow that was not forged by a sun that perches atop the great elm at dawn. Yet travel I would, if only in mind. They say an Uldan trader is nearby to the south. Will you find for me a thing from that city strange and great? I have duties, or else I would go. You'll find me not ungrateful. Sure, cat lady. Why not? What do you got going on? Warrant? Like you're yelling at your friend there. Lawrence needs a capable adventurer to locate his lost goods. Hail, adventurer! You have come at an opportune time. My botanist hatchet serves its own purpose well enough, but I'd hesitate to use it on anything that bites back. I would guess that your own skill at arms is more apropos for this situation. I was crossing the bridge behind me when I got to thinking of all I've seen since the calamity. What boggles the mind wobbles the body, and before I knew it I was nearly on my face, and the lumber in my arms was scattered all over the bridge. Some of it must have fallen over the side. Now I'm not so green as to go vaulting under the bridge when I know perfectly well of the fiends below, but an adventurer should have little and less to fear. Will you go in my stead to retrieve the wood? Suppose I will. Yes. Alright, we got a trial levy here. Is that what this is going to be? Yep. Looking for a spot of work? Then you've come to the right place. I am Merthelin, a representative of the Adventurers Guild. As the levy mate stationed here in Camp Tranquil, I'm responsible for assigning the various tasks that come in from beleaguered locals. Quite a number of these tasks can entail a significant degree of danger. However, if I'm to set you loose on my levies with a clear conscience, I must be first convinced of your capacity to surmount the challenges you're likely to encounter. How about we start you off with a levy of my choosing and see how you get on? Let's try this one, shall we? Let's see. I'm just going to speed read this and give you the TLDR. So, poachers and contraband. Excellent. Pray be aware that while you are retrieving the furs, you may encounter the poachers themselves. I suggest you arm yourself for battle. Good fortune to you, adventurer, and I hope to receive word of your success in the very near future. Alright. First things first. Let's go get that wood. Sit higher. That can't be right. It's gotta be below. I think I even see some over there.
Helps her by shrinking down and handling issues that are in front of her on her escape, because the whole city is in a panic for the next 24 hours. No one is sure if the Hulk is lying or not. He's a hero after all. Ant-Man sits on a roof at the end of the 24 hours with Monstro, discussing if this is actually going to happen, when boom! The Hulk is thrown through every building that they are on. Ant-Man shrinks down to avoid damage, and then he goes looking for Monstro. He finds his friend recovering, and then he shrinks down, telling Monstro that it's time to play hero. And he's off. Our battle of Ant-Man versus the Hulk will begin. The Hulk is on the ground recovering from whatever hit him, so Ant-Man jumps onto his face. Hulk doesn't know that he's there, so Ant-Man crawls into his mouth with the idea that maybe he isn't so strong on the inside. As he passes the teeth, the Hulk's tongue knocks him into the roof of his mouth. Ant-Man slides down his gullet, grabbing onto the dangly bit into the back of his mouth. Yes, I know it's called the uvula. Did you know it prevents food from getting into your nose? Anyway, Ant-Man lets go of the uvula and slides down the Hulk's throat. Over the teeth and through the tongue, look out stomach, here I come! But the Hulk is large, and Ant-Man keeps falling. Eventually, any day now, as he falls into the stomach, he sees what appears to be a can of Old Spice body spray and a whole bag of chips and a fork. Seriously, what has the Hulk been eating? Ant-Man looks around thinking that if he can tear the lining of the Hulk's stomach, then maybe he can cause him enough pain to stomp him. He winds up and he pulls back his arm and he throws a punch. And he possibly broke his own hand. He stands on the side of his stomach thinking, well, that didn't work. He stuffed his steel in here. Time for plan B. He ignites the flamethrowers on his back, preparing to burn the Hulk's stomach. But suddenly there's a lot of movement and he's thrown around. He hits the wall and the Old Spice can is coming right at him, so he ducks and he dodges. He sits there wondering if that was maybe a delayed reaction to his punch, or did the Hulk like trip and fall? Outside of the Hulk, he's locked in a heated battle. Explosions are going off all around him and he braces himself for another hit. Back inside, Ant-Man crawls over to the side of
Adventurer, I am glad for your return. Did you find my wood where it fell? Wonderful. The tavern will get a fine blaze out of these. 'Tis firewood for Buscarian's druthers you are gathering. A little damp, but nothing a little drying won't fix. The sun is strong and the way is long, after all. Much appreciated. Any of these? Let's get the steak, I guess. It's like so dry today.
the stomach again, and he prepares to use his flamethrowers all over again. With a whoosh, he burns away at the Hulk's stomach lining. Ant-Man is happy with himself. He did it. And then he sees that he didn't even singe the stomach. Once again, the Hulk's stomach can withstand it. Ant-Man sits down, realizing that this is pointless. He may as well go loot some of the stuff that everyone's looting. You see, this Ant-Man, Eric O'Grady, he isn't exactly known as the greatest hero. He's kind of a scumbag. He crawls out of the Hulk's nose and he...
It's the traitor. Looks like she needs my help. You know who I'm forgetting? My pal. Now that, sire, is what I call a close call. Good for nothing, that guard of mine. I swear these new sellswords are more of sell scabbards. Here, pray take this for your trouble, the more precious of my wares. Well-done incense. Alright, easy enough. Oh shit, yeah, let's get that levy over. Oh, there's a lot I could do around here if I want it, but these are the, looks like those are the highest level ones I have. It's over here. So, I'll probably just finish these up over here and then move on. I'm doing well, how are you doing? Good to see you, JD. Yeah, I'm glad they're still continuing the channel. Yeah, they're releasing some of the stuff that used to be Patreon only, so I think they're going to be dripping that through his main channel as time goes on. And then I know his producer basically got his wife's go-ahead to keep going with the channel. So we'll see what happens with it. I'm looking forward to it. So what do you got going on these days? How's life treating you? You up to anything cool this week? Did you find something? I hope to the 12 that it transports me, as the captain's tales do. From Mara to Sandalwood, the soothing aromas emitted by these alchemically crafted incense cones will instantly take one back to the jewel of the desert. The scent! My head swims. I see markets in the Colosseum. Languorous evening strolls past roses with the heat of the sun still on them. What smells? They inflame my imagination and possibly my sinuses. Thank you, adventurer. You have more than earned this. Wow, potions. Alright, let's do this levy and get out of here. Alright, hit me, Benny.
Lands on the chest plate looking around. And in front of him is Iron Man in the Hulkbuster suit coming right at the Hulk. Hulk counters by tackling Iron Man, and they both go flying into a nearby building with Ant-Man in tow. He falls, flips, and tosses in the air, unable to stabilize himself, and with blood pouring down his face and most of his bones broken. Eric pops his helmet off, trying to find the grow button, because he knows as Ant-Man, he'll never be found if he remains small. And just as he passes out, he hits the button and falls unconscious. He wakes up days, weeks, maybe months later, under arrest for his actions. I did say that this Ant-Man isn't typically a nice guy, but he did survive his fight with the Hulk. So, what was the next plan? Well, there is a superhero that everyone knows can give the Hulk a run for his money. The Sentry. He has immense power, and they tell him that the Hulk needs his help. He calms down when the Sentry is around. So Robert lights up his powers, and as
what do you do for work there, JD?
At the doorway. He's afraid of leaving his home, afraid of losing control, of becoming that villain again, and therefore he won't.
I mean, I'm not one to talk about concentration.
Spider-Man calls out to
I'm the kind of guy that, like, you know what else I'm doing? Okay. I probably owe you a big thanks, actually. My stuff always gets here on time. I couldn't do it without you. But yeah, no, you know what's funny? Like, I have no advice on, like, concentration, because I'm literally, I like to play games while watching TV. I'm playing a separate game on my phone. It plays itself, but still, yeah, no, my attention span is, like, all over the place.
to the citizens, keep moving! He's currently wearing the black suit because in his own adventures, Aunt May was shot and he was seeking to kill her, wearing the black suit to show that he wasn't cheerful any longer. But that's a completely different story that doesn't involve the Hulk. We'll cover it at your request, and then we'll link it down below if you're watching this video much later. Spider-Man calls out to the civilians to keep moving, but some of the people aren't having it. An argument begins and S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to escort these people from their homes. They are the same people who shot the Hulk into space, and they started this. Now they're trying to take these individuals' houses? Spider-Man looks at the man bringing this up. You're mixing things up pretty good there, pal. But before he can finish, there's a raccoon! And She-Hulk, Jennifer, lands nearby, correcting them that wasn't the Hulk that they heard landing. It was the She-Hulk. The He-Hulk smashes about 1,000 times harder than that. You really want to hang around and meet him? Spider-Man thrips to the ceiling, dangling upside down next to her. Yeah, what she said. A S.H.I.E.L.D. ship then flies over the city, calling out that this is their last chance to evacuate. If they just think that they want help, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s telepaths will get a hold of them and evacuate them. One of the civilians looks at Spider-Man, who was that Black
Game
Bolt
plays
guy.
itself.
Spider-Man tells him that he thought he was the second most powerful being in the universe, so don't worry. They've got the blonde bombshell, the numero uno.
Yeah, I'm real into
and that's when he sees
Dokkan.
Iron Man in the Hulkbuster suit.
Nuts. I
That's
love me
not
some
the
Dragon
effect I
Ball.
was going for, Spider-Man. No offense, boss, but we were expecting the Sentry. Up above, the Hulk lands with a crack. Iron Man looks at the Avengers. Don't attack until he falls or I do. The madder that he gets, the stronger he'll get. And whoosh, Iron Man takes off. Hulk leaps into combat and they meet in the middle with a thundering boom so loud that it shatters the glass of the nearby buildings. The Avengers are forced to the ground and the helicopters are thrown out of the
I remember
air
you were
for the
asking me about Dragon Ball Super, but I never got your take on it. What did you think about all this recent Dragon Ball Super stuff? I know Dragon Ball Daima is it coming out this year? I think it's coming out this year, Dragon Ball Daima. But yeah, how did you feel about Super overall? Was it a net positive or a net loss for you, or did it just happen? Bravo, sir. I had a feeling you would do well from the moment we met. And through this was but a trial. You earned your reward nonetheless. Must say I was rather impressed with your results. I see no reason not to grant you access to the greater range of levy quests. Your most difficult task now is choosing what to attempt next. I don't need any of this junk. I gotta find a harder area. This is probably like the starter area. Yeah, I would say like there were some terrible arcs. Like if you saw any of the more recent Dragon Ball movies, you could easily skip like the I don't know. Like I didn't like any of the retellings. The Battle of the Gods and Resurrection F. Those arcs in Super were dog shit. They were animated badly. There was just stupid filler that nobody cared about. I mean, I don't know, I don't understand why they even revisited it, because, like, the movies were infinitely better with their animation. But I digress. But, and yeah, I agree, the whole Super Saiyan God stuff, it's pointless. It's just more colors. Just a reason to sell more toys, but I don't know. You know, like, I kind of have, like, a weird love for Super Saiyan 4 now. That, like, enough time has been away from GT, and it's nostalgic, I guess. So maybe I'll start to feeling the same way about that. What did you think about the Broly movie, though? Because I actually really liked the Broly movie. Because, honestly, it didn't... I don't think it did much wrong. You know, it didn't bring back Frieza. Frieza was already alive. Didn't introduce any more Super Saiyan forms, unless you count whatever Broly was doing. I think the most egregious thing about the Broly movie was just the fact that Broly could just stand up against Super Saiyan God. Like, almost no problem. which seems like a big power scaling issue. But outside of that, I kind of loved Broly. I mean, it was better than the original Broly, easily. Easily. I think some people might have been pissed off about what they did with Bardock, too, for the Broly movie. I didn't mind it. Yeah, I really appreciated what they did with it. It was cool to kind of see the early days, I guess the last days of the Saiyan Empire. You know, you get to see King Vegeta, you get to see King Cold, Ginyu Force gets a cameo, along with Zarbon and Dodoria, Bardock and Gine. I think Raditz, little kid and little kid Raditz and little kid Vegeta gets a cameo. So it does a lot of cool things, I feel. I think it's just the power scaling and the fact that Bardock isn't like as much of a genocidal maniac as people would like, I think were the things that most people were pissed off about. So that means you probably didn't catch Dragon Ball Superhero either, did you? Because that's probably going to piss you off too, with the Gohan Beast, as if he needed another transformation based on anger. But whatever, it is what it is. Yeah, like after I don't know, I think the thing where this could end up is that I wouldn't mind is if towards the end of all this, whatever road this is taking us, like if everybody had their own like path towards a transformation, you know. Like, if you're half Saiyan, maybe you could do the Gohan Beast thing, you know? If you got Super Saiyan God, you could do Ultra Instinct or Ultra Ego, you know? It's, I could see some interesting things happening with that. Yeah. Yeah, man, it's literally just, it's Super Saiyan 2 all over again, but it's just with white hair, to be honest. It's fucking dumb. It looks cool, you know? I can't argue that. You know, we got to see him use the Special Beam Cannon and Dragon Ball Superhero. Dumb name, but yeah, Gohan Beast is what they're calling it. That's the name. Yeah, for real, and they brought back his mystic form or ultimate form, whatever you want to call his post-Kai transformation. You know, I don't understand why he needed a new form. The power was there already. Like, that was the whole point of him. He just gets lazy, he needs to train again, then he gets arrogant and gets his ass whooped, and then maybe he does better after, or maybe he just goes to the side, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, it's just, like, it's getting pretty redundant. Pretty redundant. Yeah, you know, I think they really fumbled the ball during the Majin Buu. The Great Saiyaman. Yeah, that was pretty cringy. It's funny, he basically ended up like one of the Ginyu Force or something, like as the Great Saiyaman with his little stupid poses. Although I will admit, it is funny to see him pretend to be the Great Saiyaman with his daughter. So he gets some cute moments in Dragon Ball Super with his family.
Civilians now realize the power of the Hulk and what they need to fear.
So
but on the street level, there are two individuals dumb enough to try and get the story of the fight. Sally the journalist and Kenny the cameraman. And with a bang, Hulk hits Iron Man into a nearby billboard that flies off of the building, landing next to them. You okay, Sal? Kenny asks her. And she sees the billboard just crushed her car. No, Kenny, I'm not. I think we're at war again, only this time, I don't think we're gonna win. They steal another car and begin to see people panic.
Yeah. Okay, one last thing I'll say about Superhero, because they brought back Cell as the main villain. So not only did they do another fucking Super Saiyan 2 type anger transformation, they brought back Cell and they just made him a big stupid rage monster, which was like the worst thing about every Dragon Ball movie they did before, you know, the recent ones. Yeah, that was cool. I just, yeah. I don't know, I wouldn't mind if they did a movie and, like, didn't have the need to introduce a new transformation. I guess Broly, they kinda did, and they kinda didn't, but, you know. I don't know. I don't know how Dragon Daima is going to be, because I know a lot of people are kind of already shitting on it, saying it's going to be the movie. Yeah, the fucking movie. Dragon Ball Super Superhero. That same movie where you get Gohan Beast. Oh, Jesus Christ. You don't know about Orange Piccolo. Yeah, they call him Cell Max. Okay, here's all the new transformations you get. You get Gohan Beast. You get Orange Piccolo. Orange Piccolo. Yeah, and Cell Max. Because why not? And Cell has no brain. He's literally like the size of a great ape, and he just screams and smashes stuff. It's so boring. Like, they took the funnest things out of Cell and just replaced it with a big dumb rage monster. So, that's... yeah. 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 And don't even get me started about the new androids. Or the Dragon Ball Fighters cameo.
As they drive into the city, but the people aren't trying to flee from the situation. They're still in the town. They're looting. They're
half the fun of loving things is shitting on it. You know?
Asking what's going on, and he informs her.
Here we
the ones
go.
Who remained must be either crazy or poor.
We got
I
some
hear
quest
people are
cooking.
coming back into the city like it's Mardi Gras. They then round a bend and they see rioters and things begin to get thrown at their car, and that's when they realize they need to find a safe location and head off to find somewhere that they can get photos. Back with the two boys that we all want to see slug it out, Iron Man dives into the Hulk, forcing him to the ground. Hulk swings away, punching Iron Man in the head. Iron Man returns the favor by rocket blasting his punches
half
into
the fun
Hulk,
of Star Wars is filling in
everything
buttholes,
around them,
you
leaving
know?
a massive crater. Iron Man stands
Where
there,
would the Clone
and the
Wars
Hulk
would
gets
be
up.
without,
But what you don't
you
know is
know,
going on at this moment is that Ant-Man is hanging out of the Hulk's nose.
the big
He was
gaps
inside of
in
the Hulk
between
at this moment, and
all
the
the
fall
plot
made him
holes.
realize that shrinking and entering the Hulk was kind of a bad idea. But we have a video covering that, because at that exact moment, Iron Man launches into the Hulk's stomach.
Like, the Star Wars Clone Wars series single-handedly made Revenge of the Sith better. Because they went from just Anakin being a good Jedi Knight in the beginning of the movie towards, I think my secret wife is gonna die, and he like fucking just has a 180, you know? It was terrible when it came out at the time. Everybody fucking shit on it, because it was like Anakin just went from 1 to 10. But then the Clone Wars series happened. Made him more relatable. Oh, hell yeah. Easily. Dude, it gets you into the mind of the character way better than George Lucas did. Because it shows, like, the steady decline of the Jedi, all the compromises they made over time. The hypocrisy of what they were doing sometimes. And the Clone Wars TV show did a really good job of that. And making us understand how Anakin was manipulated into being Darth Vader. And the movies did such a shit job of it. Like, if you just watch 1 through 3, you by the last one, you're gonna be like, Anakin's just a whiny bitch. Like, all he did was simp for Padme and bitch that it didn't work out, you know, after choking her. It was just not good storytelling. But then you get the Clone Wars. So for all the bad, you know, I look for the good too. I hope, just as much.
Throwing him through the buildings and unknowingly throwing Ant-Man into the air away from the fight. The Hulk and Iron Man go through multiple buildings with a kaboom, kaboom, spack-oom! And around the world, everyone is watching it, from the president to the fans in an arena in Texas to Rick Jones in a bar. The Hulk lands in Central Park where he slowly begins to get back up from that last hit. She-Hulk sees the jets launching missiles at her cousin and she calls out to them to wait, but every missile hits the park with a loud kaboom! The fire burns and the ground is destroyed and the Hulk remembers the last time that he was in this.
Such a
the
good
last
story.
time that he saw this level of destruction. The death of his wife, the death of Kyra. He calls out.
Oh, it was just great that the Clone Wars series was able to, you know, help you get into the mind of Anakin Skywalker so that, like, when you do see him turn in Revenge of the Sith, you know, it's just not like, oh, well, they wouldn't help me save my wife. I guess it's time to kill children. Like, because that's how extreme it came off in the movies. You know, they didn't really spend much time thinking too hard about stuff. It was just like one scene, the next scene, and the next. Like, there isn't many people that, like, loved freaking Star Wars at the time when that prequel trilogy came out. We were all excited for Star Wars stuff, but it was always with like it was a big pill to swallow. So the Clone Wars series, it made the movie better, like retroactively, and I love shit like that. All right, let's see. I gotta help this small village here. Jesus Christ, Devikkurai. That's how I'm gonna pronounce his name. Devikkurai. Yeah, okay. Wild-eyed and near worthless with shock, a deeply shaken Devikkurai seeks an intrepid sword to hunt a ravaging horror. I can't pronounce like 90% of the names in this game. Yeah. It is. I mean, I can't think of any recent cartoons right now that aren't just like, okay, X-Men 97, that's a good example. It's a new cartoon, but it's just a more adult continuation of something that was already there. Like, Adventure Time still regularly gets stuff. We just got the Fiona series last year. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like most of the stuff that's coming out is more of continuations of good stuff that already happened. But I'm sure there's a lot of stuff going under the radar, too. I mean, DC actually has a few good cartoons out right now. The Young Justice, that's pretty good. I don't know if they're going to do any more seasons. Harley Quinn show was a show I was not expecting to be good. If you haven't seen it, watch the Harley Quinn show. Because that one, I will watch every season. So far, anyways. My Adventures with Superman, that's a good one. It's a pretty good recent, more modern telling of Superman's start in Metropolis. So, like, I guess I could think of a few things, but nothing that's, like, mainstream. Like, there's not... People aren't buying, I don't know... I just don't know. They're not deep cartoons. I guess that's my point. They're not very... It's pretty much what you expect, like from a superhero stuff. Except for Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn came out of left field. Alright, I gotta think what kind of voice I want to do this with. Okay, we got a elf guy. Remote village. I'll make him kind of a bumpkin. It's got kind of like a Avatar Last Airbender art style. You know, it's anime, but it's not anime. You know, like it's It's an Americanized anime, essentially. If that makes sense. Alright, I'm gonna do a pumpkin voice. Help me! For the Ruth of Howland, help me! My caravan are all slain! Something huge and savage lunged out of the storm. The screams. You got to go kill the swiven thing. Kill it as it did my traveling companions. As long as that monster's out there, every one of our arses will be hanging out in the wind. Look sharp, eh, adventurer, as adept as you are with your steel. Whatever it was, it seemed to be everywhere at once. Red murdered wreathed in white storm. Alright, pussy. Now that I think about it, Avatar The Last Airbender, that was something I also got into late. Because that was something where the art style didn't really appeal to me. And I think at the time, I might have still been going through a phase like, oh, that just looks like a fucking cartoon, you know? But I watched it many years later, and did I ever underestimate it? So, I try not to do that to stuff anymore, because you never know what you're missing. But I will say, somewhere where it's kind of backfiring, there's a new Suicide anime. I say anime, but it's definitely Americanized anime. Although it might be legitimately produced in Japan. Anyways, it's called Suicide Squad Isekai. Yeah, that's what it's called. It's an anime based around the Suicide Squad. If you like anime, you might like it. It's definitely more anime than cartoon. So, that's what I keep saying anyways. Alright, got another levy mate here. Good day to you, sir. My name is... fucking A, another name I can't understand. Yeah, it's just straight anime for sure. It's definitely got like a lot of American influence though, but it is something I think that is actually produced in Japan that has like a Japanese dub and everything. I think I want to say they're 3 or 4 episodes in. I think it's like a weekly thing. So, but I'm not sure how many episodes there'll be overall. Isekai. Good day to you, sir. My name is Kimmer Narant, and I represent the interests of the Adventurers Guild here at the Observatorium. You got it. If I might be so bold, have you an interest in undertaking a guild levy or two? I believe you would find the experience most rewarding. But it pains me to say that I should first administer a trial levy. I must beg your forgiveness for my premature proposal. This levy should serve well as a test. If you are willing to accept it, please do so now. Blah, blah, blah. Something scared Bessie. Dragon horror. Kill 'em all. Easy peasy. You have my most humble thanks, sir. The dragons and their minions have terrorized my homeland for generations, and we appreciate all who would aid our cause. To attract the 2 beasts which threaten dear Bessie, you must slay Snapjaws and use their meat as bait. Great. This method is far from foolproof, though, and I fear it may even attract other ravenous creatures. Great. Alright, who do we got here? Looks like Chocobo Farm / Stable. Oh, you got 2 for me. These aren't real names. These are like AI generated names. I know this game was made like 10 years ago, but... Malcolin. Malcolin's teeth are chattering from something other than cold, and he has been beseeching look of one seeking adventurous cure to a nasty ill. I need to talk to you, adventurer. I was down in the snow house, keeping out of the wind, when I heard whispers. I swear it on the lives of my chocobos. I couldn't see anyone in there, but I'm sure I heard something. And see who 'twas else, I don't know how I'll sleep tonight. Okay, guess I'll have to be a creep. Torn between curiosity and scorn, Malculin would report an odd sighting. I can't see how I ought to care, but I saw a fellow out throwing snowballs at snowmen. Why anyone would engage such jappery in the cold, I can't rightly say. Went nut gathering and lost more than he found, is my guess. You better make sure that don't happen to you, lad. Now, not that I know precisely what happened, mind ye. What's that? Me ask? I got my chocobos to see. If Duva... Oh, Jesus Christ. If Duva Corre wants to upend his head soup on the snow, I can't see what business of mine it'd be. Yep, that's his name. Duva Corre... That's just impossible. It's impossible to say. Duvacaroy. Duvacaroy. I don't know how he sells things, goes places. Don't seem like no kind of life to me, beggin' pardon. You want to see him? I reckon he's about somewhere. So I'll help out these guys. Stay away from my log. Dick. Dead. Oh, there we go.
Out her name, remembering all of the good days, getting to know her, standing with her, the death of her. He remembers holding her body as it disintegrated in the explosion, telling her that he would never leave her. And his anger raged on, and it grew out of control. And in his eyes, you could see the rage as he yells out, "You killed her!" Iron Man sees what's coming, and he has no words other than, "Oh, hell." Hulk hits him so hard that he splinters the entire suit. They launch into the sky, and they land on top of Avengers Tower, and that's when the Hulk doesn't stop. He raises his arms, and he double hammer fists, slamming Iron Man's suit, smashing each floor of the tower as they go through it. The Avengers themselves are just forced to watch. Iron Man takes one hell of a beating over and over as Hulk tears apart the entire suit, and at the bottom of the tower he stands up drooling with his rage, screaming out to anyone who dare approach him. Elsewhere in New York, Iron Fist jumps into a rooftop where he calls out to Doctor Strange. "You can't just hide here. Luke, Spider-Woman, Spider-Man, they're all out there and the Hulk's gonna kill them." Strange tells him the Hulk was never a killer, but Danny stops him there. Maybe his attitude slightly adjusted when his friend shot him into space, blew up his wife, and a million other people. Why don't you just stop this, Strange? You want me to send him away again so he can return even madder? And Echo asks the question that we're all wondering. No, just kill him and lose my soul forever. There's no other way. Pray for me, children, as I have begun my incantations. I'm searching.
That's this kid. What's up? Why you throwing snowballs? Walking softly there, eh, adventurer? Those around here think I'm a winter drunk? I'll wager. I've never seen Never seen a snow toss before, the lazy byblows. Sit on your ass in front of a poor fire too long, and soon you've got the swivin' white knuckles. You'll sleep for the better for tossin' snowballs, without needin' Lady Mead or Mistress Ale to sing the lullaby. What do you say? Oh, why not give it a try? It's as simple as you'd imagine. Just reach on down, grab some of the powdery white, and throw. Okay. When there's more snow on the ground than hot meals on the table, all you can do is join Duvalacroix in a little snow toss. You learn the motion? Now how about we have some fun with it, huh? Reach down into the powder, grab and throw a goodly-sized lump at me as hard as you can. Though make sure you take aim first, Much as I'd like to get a good laugh out of it, I doubt Drivet here would fancy a face full of snow. Should have made him Canadian or something. Just get me in your sights and throw your best snowball. No need to hold back. I won't take a grudge. Missing? Or in the deck. Oh, you've got the arm to write songs about it. Bet that felt good, huh? Cold hands, warm heart. That's the secret to long living. Really, there ain't much more to it. Just throw where there's snow underfoot. Of course, if you try to do the same on other kinds of ground, you'll end up with a fistful of nothing. Where's the gain in that? Anyhow, what I'd like you to do is toss snowballs at the snowmen. That way you can hurl them as hard as you fancy. Snowmen don't mind. They're made of the same stuff, eh? Go on and give it a go. Try throwing at the snowmen right outside. Guess I gotta hit them all. Base. Oh, it's a talking snowman. Oorah is throwing. Should I eat? Maybe I eat? No, I know eat, dummy, dummy. Dummy, dummy, throw like zero. Only become yummy, yummy if throw like hero. What the fuck was that about? Aim is yummy, yummy. Still much to fear, though. Hero not here. Throw to me again. What the fuck is happening? Yee, finally a throwing hero. All yummy and no dummy. There's snow in my boots. I'm happy now. Snow tossed, hero made. I tired, need to sleep. Don't worry what they say. They call you crazy. Revolutionaries always get called crazy. So, I might be actually schizophrenic then. Is that what I'm gathering? It's feeling that way. There you are. You were at it a while. Nothing like a little hoarfrost on the nose there, eh? The snowman talked, you say? Don't see how. I rolled the thing myself, and it wasn't like I engaged a swivin white mage. Now, you go lie down a spell, and don't go saying nothing to them inside. They'll figure you a winter drunk for sure. They might even put you in for a leeching. Come by for another snow toss when you're feeling less fanciful. This damned winter can't last forever, but if it does, maybe I'll start a snow toss tourney to see if I can't make a gill or two. It's fucking weird. What's the point of that? I can pour over here, speak softly to me, locate the source of the voice. Another talking snowman? It's another talking snowman. Hello, fire snowman, man of snow, dripping we is, our hold on life slipping. Sad I are, so many dreams we had. Rally my spirits, won't you? Or the finale. Okay. Feel good about your life yet? Profane you do our pain with a rally so mundane as to shelter with a booth my icebound heart to soothe. Okay. Willing I are to take the top billing, a battery of gallantry from the artillery of flattery. Cheer us until dry are the tears. Like me, do you really twice does lightning strike? Kiss me, friend, if you'll miss. Throw, though, not nice to smooch on snow. It's a needy fucking snowman. Says it doesn't exist. Blow kiss. Farewell, adventurer, so many troubles you quell. Peace we set is at, drunk we have life to the less. Bye bye world, all that lives must someday die. Some must someday die. I just watch the consciousness of a snowman slip away. This is a weird village. I was expecting, like, go find the town drunk or something. Did you find out who was talking? I can see from your aspect you did. A snowman you don't say, and speaking in rude posy. I see now. Someone's having a bit of fun with the both of us. Likely some youngins. I'll rest easy now. I can tell you that. No, I don't know, man. It seems to be something pretty damn weird. All the snowmen seem too dumb to be kids, but... could be a bit.
For a hero who can defeat and redeem the Hulk at the same time. But it will only work if he lets me in. Back with the Hulk, he slams his fist into the ground. Luke Cage looks at him at all the...
Pardon me, but might you be heading north towards Camp Dragonhead? You are. I have a proposition. I'm an astrologian employed at the observatorium. I must hurry these readings to a courier in the camp so that he may deliver them to the Archbishop. Usually a knight of House Durandare would accompany, but those stationed at the observatorium had to make for the nail to interpret a band of crazed giants come down from the mountain to raid our kitchens and steal our women. And therefore, I must ask you to accompany me. To steal your women? It's fucked. I suppose I could just follow him, can't I? Oops. I didn't run too quick. What in the world is that thing? Alright. Come on, Benny, give me some more.
The heroes are standing there. If we're gonna do this, let's do this. He's only one guy. And that's when the Hulk's friends all land. We are Warbanda Sakar, Haron the Shamed, Korg the Cronin, Elio Kafif, Meek the Unhived, No Name of the Brood, and we stand with the Hulk. Ares begins to walk forward, prepared to bring this battle to an end, and that's when She-Hulk stops him. She tells everyone to stand back. Bruce Banner is her cousin, and if he's in there, he'll listen to her. She steps forward. Some mess, huh, Bruce? Let me help. Meek asks her, can you bring back the Hivelings who died in Crown City? Can you bring back the mother of Elio? The elders of Rome? Can you bring back the Hulk's bride? She-Hulk snarls roars, "I'm not talking to you, bug." And the Hulk steps forward. "Walk away,
Whoa.
Jennifer." "Bruce, if Tony and the others were involved, we'll figure this out. We'll put them on trial. You know me, I'll stand by you to the end. But we have to do this right." "Walk away, Jennifer, now." And she looks her cousin in the eyes, the hurt and angry eyes of the Hulk. "I can't, Bruce." "Then stop talking and fight." Jennifer gets ready and she tells the Avengers to stand back. She won't throw the first punch. So the Hulk growls as he does it for her. She dodges and throws one back, landing on his nose, so he grabs her by the mouth, slamming her into the ground. She looks up, and the only thing that she could say is, "God help us all." At that moment, the Hulk slams Ares into the ground, and the Avengers rush in to continue this fight. Everyone from Spider-Woman to Doc Samson to Spider-Man and Miss Marvel are all going in to continue this. Elsewhere, Sally and her cameraman are looking over the city trying to get a spot for some good photos when something comes flying into the nearby building, damaging the sides of it. She runs down the fire escape trying to see what it was when Luke Cage gets up, brushing himself off. Pardon me, folks. I gotta get back to where the action was. She looks around again and she begins to smell something, and the civilians notice the gas main has been ruptured. To make matters worse, there's a little girl hanging from the fire escape about to fall to her death. Everyone panics and runs off, saying that there isn't any hope, and that's when we see Daredevil leaping in to save the day. The girl screams as she begins to fall, and he swoops in, grabbing her out of mid-air, setting her softly on the ground. Sally walks over asking Daredevil how it's all going, and he stands up looking at the boy who is now holding his sister. "You need to find your parents and get out of here." "Our parents left us a week ago, and we aren't going to any evacuation center." "Look, if you go to the center, I'll make it a point to come around here and make sure that you're safe until something can be done in this part of town." And as the young boy walks off, he says to himself, "Yeah, and just how do you think you're going to keep that promise?" Daredevil looks down and shakes his head. Out of the mouths of babes. Sally looks at Daredevil. I guess he doesn't have very high expectations right now. Why would he, Miss Floyd? Let's say the Hulk destroys the city. How high in the priority list do you think Hell's Kitchen is going to be? Sally calls up Ben, telling him that she has Luke Cage, Daredevil, and Hell's Kitchen. Probably another story that they can cover. And as Ben sees a building getting hit, he tells her that he has his own story brewing. The Fantastic Four are now fighting the Hulk and the Warbound. Iron Man stands before Professor X, a member of the Illuminati, the group that blasted Hulk off into space, and he asks him, "What would you have voted if you were here?" Because Professor X was not a part of the decision to blast Hulk into space. Would he agree to send him away, or would he have fought it? Well, there's someone else who wants that answer. And with a crack, the Hulk lands demanding something. "Xavier, I want Xavier. No!" If you are just now joining us, the Hulk has come back angry due to the death of his wife, and he's already beaten Black Bolt and the Ghost Rider. Beast sends the students down into the basement knowing that this probably won't end well, and he walks to the front door. Hello, Hulk? "Xavier, bring him here." "You know I can't do that." "Out of my way. I'll find him myself." And as the Hulk looms over Beast, creating a shadow on his very face, a terrifying, angry shadow, the Beast tells him, "I'm afraid I can't do that either." So the Hulk smashes Beast into the door. Wasn't asking. The students all run out, and the battle against the X-Men has begun. They all blast him, throwing him off his balance, and Beast looks at a student, Josh.
Perliot needs a favor of you, and the chagrin. Alright, let's try this again. Perliot needs a favor of you, and the chagrin it causes him is almost payment enough for the job. It galls me to ask for the help of an adventurer, yet I cannot leave the fort. Not now, damn it! You are eager to do us service, is that not right, adventurer? There is some urgent need for firewood, and you would gain much by assisting us. The area around Skyfire Locks never lacks for firewood. Collect 8 bundles and deliver them to Stepanot on the East Hill. You got it, you old crab.
asking if he's ready. He has the powers of healing and death touches. They both know that it won't kill the Hulk, but it should overload his healing factor. So Beast gets up running back into the fight with Josh on his back. The Hulk slams both of his fists onto the ground and he gets up as Beast runs in. Josh touches him using the full power of his death touch. Beast stops behind him with the student. Hulk, you may want to rethink this. Do you know what we did? And he turns with anger in his eyes, gritting his teeth. You made me matter. He grabs a piece of the building and he slams it onto all of them. Stupid mutants. I don't need my healing factor to beat you punks. A telekinetic mutant swoops in, so the Hulk claps, rupturing his eardrums. And another then pours her sand abilities onto him, so the Hulk tears the waterline out, spraying them. Beast leaps in. David Banner, these are kids. And as he wipes his mouth, he tells Beast, don't talk to me about kids. Another mutant runs in and the Hulk knows this one. You're the one that controls his body parts when you're in pieces, right? So he pops off the mutant's arms and he throws them. Can you control them while they're in Connecticut? X-23 pops her claws with a schnick, and she jumps in as the Hulk grabs both of her hands and he begins to swing her. She pops out the claw on her foot and slashes at his face. He drops her and Beast calls out, he's hurt! Everyone hit him! But the Hulk gets up with a cut across his eyes, punching anyone near him. And then he grabs X-23, lifting her into the air, and he hurls her into a building. It didn't have to be like this. I just wanted Xavier, but no one makes me weak again. He begins to slam.
Stephanot. Took your time, you sniveling wayface. Firewood? Who told you to bring firewood, whelp? What happened to the fresh supplies from Camp Dragonhead? And stand up straight when I address you. Bye, I mistook you for another. I sent out a recruit some time ago to take delivery of relief supplies. You came all this way to bring me more fuel. I bid you thanks. 'Tis no comfort we seek, you understand, but life. The cold is too relentless to go along without fire. I give thanks for your service, but Korthas is no place for those who lack discipline and faith. You will perish, and in doing so may have endangered the crusade. Stephanot has no love for adventurers, but beggars cannot be choosers, and your help is urgently needed. He should be back by now, even if we had to wait out the worst of the storm. Could he have wandered onto the North Road? That way roam feral crocs. Adventurer, I sent a runner to Camp Dragonhead, but he is many hours overdue. I fear he has lost his way. Green recruit that he is. I would prevail upon you to fetch him back. Of course you do. What do you need? A man may want to die in a fort as well as a hovel, and Sylvantel has need of an adept hunter to help victual the locks. I don't know what that means. The common folks of Ishgard know to seek shelter in the Skyfire locks whenever the dragons attack in force. Each stronghold must be ridiculed with these extra mouths in mind. Will you help secure meat and sheepskin from the craculus that roam around the snowy plains? These stockpiles will mean the difference between life and death for the helpless folk under our protection. When the sheep are skinned and dressed, make your deliveries to the strongholds and watchtowers. Every morsel and every shield against the cold counts, no matter how small. Hey, we got up on some quests here. Might even try to make it to 45 before I do my next round of class quests. Not very long, sometimes, these class quests. Let's do this levy.
the students down, and as he prepares to kill one, a huge cut slashes into his back. You're leaving a real impression beating on kids, bub. Wolverine leaps into the air, but it's grown-up time. With blood pouring down his back, the Hulk turns around to see the X-Men have arrived. This is the fight I was expecting. Bring it on! And that's when Xavier walks out. I believe you said you're here for me. Now that I've seen my students to safety, you've got your wish. The Hulk looks at him. Xavier, you're walking again. I can fix that. So Professor X places his fingers on his temple and he begins to use his powers that he has. Except there's something wrong. He can't control anything. The rage in the Hulk is out of control. He sees what the Hulk endured on that planet, weakened and enslaved, the trials that he faced, that he found happiness, friends, a kingdom, and a wife, and a child was on the way. And that's when Xavier sees what happened. The bomb and the death of it all. I know you weren't at the vote, Professor X, but according to Black Bolt, you were supposed to be. So I want to know, how would you have voted? The honest answer is that I wouldn't have agreed to exile you, but I would have agreed to sending you away until we found a cure. Perhaps I can atone, so I will surrender willingly. Smart move. Don't worry, you'll have Stark and the others to keep you company soon. As the Hulk reaches down, Colossus stops him. One moment, the Professor may have surrendered, but we have not. Hulk sees the X-Men, Beast, Colossus, Emma Frost, Cyclops, Wolverine, and Kitty Pryde, and he asks them, is this really how you want it? All of you? And Cyclops looks back at him, all of us. And it begins again. Cyclops opens up as he calls out, max power! Blasting the Hulk, burning away at his skin. And the Hulk grabs Cyclops by the head. Kitty Pryde leaps in, grabbing Cyclops, and Wolverine follows up, cutting at the Hulk's stomach. So the Hulk backhands him into the tree line. Beast, Emma, and Colossus jump in and they start swinging. And the Hulk calls out to them to stop! You can't even hurt me! But the whole point was to distract him so that Kitty can grab his arm and legs and phase them into the ground. As they're debating what to do next, the Hulk stands up! He just stands up, tearing his own limbs out of the ground. And then he claps, sending the X-Men flying. With the X-Men all taken down, the students look on and the Stepford sisters have an idea. An alarm goes out to all of the mutants, to everyone that they are needed. It's time to stop the Hulk. Back at the fight, the Hulk throws Beast aside and then he grabs Emma Frost, even though she's in her diamond form. He slams her into the ground, burying her so that she can't move and can't change out of her diamond form. Colossus punches at him so they lock arms. The two men begin to press against each other, trying to force the other back. And then while that's happening, Hulk bends Colossus's arms backwards, snapping them like little metal twigs. And then Wolverine jumps in. Leave Petey alone. It's always about you and me anyway. Wolverine takes a swing at Hulk as he leaps backwards. And then Wolverine gets in his face and the Hulk grabs him with one hand and he smashes his face with the other. Wolverine swings and the Hulk punches and they go back and forth for a few moments until Hulk questions, what will happen to Wolverine's brain if it's smashed against your metallic skull over and over? So he hits him and he hits him and eventually Wolverine is done. And that's when Juggernaut finally arrives out of his outfit with the Stepford sisters having called for help. With a crack, they punch each other. The Juggernaut is unstoppable. Once he's going, his power is magic-based, and it causes him to be an unstoppable force. The Hulk, he gets stronger when he gets angrier. The problem is, the Hulk is practically invulnerable, and the Juggernaut, well, he's not while in this state. After a couple of swings, the Hulk buries the Juggernaut, and then he turns around to see the rest of the X-Men who heard the call and were able to arrive. Multiple X-Men leap in to battle the Hulk, and he gets hit with all kinds of mutant powers. Lightning, energy, strength, and just some weird mutant stuff. But he crushes them all. He kicks people into Jersey. He flexes to pop out knives in his shoulders, throwing them at the wielder, and then headbutting him into submission. But in the end, Nightcrawler bamfs the Hulk outside of the schoolyard as their only plan. While at first everyone's asking why they only teleported him right outside of the schoolyard, that's when the Blackbird plane is thrown at him. But nothing stops the Hulk as he throws it aside and walks back into the schoolyard. He stares at the X-Men and Professor X. Is this what you wanted? Are you happy now? And Wolverine stands again, and then he's thrown outside again. As the Hulk presses on, behind him, the Juggernaut has returned, but this time, he is fully suited up in his armor and uniform, wielding all of his power. There's a kawam! And they both punch at each other. The punches are thrown, and with the powers of the Juggernaut actually slamming the Hulk into the ground, they then lock arms, and with their powers combined, they're locked into place. So the Hulk uses his brain. If nothing can stop the Juggernaut, then keep going, he shouts.
The Levy Watches spoke of your skill and valor in the field. Please accept this reward for your services. It's been an honor and a privilege, sir. I pray we can count on your services in the future. Sure. Have you further interest in aiding the region through levy quests? I sure do. Any reason why I shouldn't just take them all? All killed by this wee thing. Huh. I took the span of its leap for the span of a giant's limbs. A corrupt little rotter, killing far more than it could hope to eat. Just where's the gain in that? Well, I'm obliged to you. I get to know them who traveled the trade routes with you. Good men they were, every last one. Maybe not that tall fellow from Gridania. We could have spared him easy. And I'm glad to have settled the hash of that murdering pocket feed. It's me. I'm an avenger. Alright, so let's knock out these levy quests. Entertain me, Benny.
As he throws the Juggernaut into the water. He steps up to Professor X, who tells him again, I'm not going to resist. And another student leaps in, telling the Hulk that she won't allow this. The Hulk grabs her. You stupid mutants. I will make him feel my suffering. You cannot stop me, so why even try? He throws her out of the window and the professor calls out. He runs out to check on his student, and it's there, in the X-Men's graveyard, that the Hulk finds the student and the professor there. She's crying, and the professor is just sad. She looks at the Hulk. You want to talk about suffering? Look around you. The girl gets up, putting her hand on some of the graves. Her name is Lori Collins. All she wanted was for people to like her for who she was, but she got shot in the head at 16. And this is Brian Cruz. He loved his powers and he loved being here, and he lost it all on M-Day and his life as well, along with 41 other kids, because some mutant hater blew them up, like your wife was. Don't tell me that we haven't suffered like you. Don't ever tell us not to fight for what we have left. You're trying to do exactly what your enemies did to you. Destroy what happiness we've managed to find in this world that hates us. For something the professor didn't even do. Maybe we can't stop you, but don't expect us to fight any less hard than you. The Hulk finally stops, and he thinks about this. He turns his back to the student and the professor. You consider this your fault, Xavier. My guess is you should. He grits his teeth. You're already living in hell. He leaps away, leaving the professor with the student. And the professor looks at her, and he embraces her.
Yeah.
The Hulk and his Warbound leap into battle while the Fantastic Four try to build a weapon to stop him. The Hulk is still after Reed Richards and Doctor Strange as Black Panther is trying to help. And Reed tells him to get out of here. He has nothing to do with the Hulk's exile, and he needs to go. But T'Challa turns to him. Unfortunately, you have made it our fight. You have made it the world's fight, Reed. And now that the Hulk has smashed the Avengers, you'll need every one of us if we're going to have any hope of stopping him. Reed tries to stop him, but it's Sue who tells Reed to stop. Johnny looks over at the city to see the big green dot getting closer and leaping his way to them, because the Hulk is done with the Avengers and he's done playing. As he tries to land in front of them, Storm hits him with a great wind gust, throwing him into a building, and the rest of the Warbound all jump in, telling them to just give up Reed Richards and they'll leave. As they throw the Warbound off course, Johnny gets up over the Hulk to hit him with a full blast of a supernova. The building that he is on is blown to pieces and he feels the fiery power of the Human Torch. The blast is so mighty that it throws the Warbound back further, and the heroes all feel its heat. But once it's done, in the very center stands the angriest man on the planet, the Hulk. Looking down at the street, Ben Grimm, the Thing, sees the Hulk standing there and decides that it's time to get involved. As he leaps off of the building, landing right in front of him, he runs in. It's clobbering time, and he tries to take a right hook to the Hulk's jaw, with a little blood coming out of the Hulk's nose. He looks back at him. All right then. And they leap in, locking arms. The Thing gets a shot into his gut and then to the Hulk's face, but the Hulk returns with both fists on the sides of the Thing's head. Everyone looks in horror as the Hulk raises both of his fists to finish this, and then there's a bright light glowing in front of him. He turns to that light, and it tells him, "Hello, Hulk." He lightens up for a second as he looks up to see Sentry, Golden Man. One of the Warbound jumps down asking what's going on, and the Thing explains. Sentry and the Hulk are real friends. The Sentry always had the ability to calm down the Hulk. This is over, and as the Hulk reaches up, Cord tells the Thing, "It is." The Hulk smashes Reed's little device and then takes a shot at Reed's head. Except the Invisible Woman stops the hit and pleads with Bruce to stop this now. So the Hulk asks her, if I were to set a bomb that killed your husband and children, your whole world, would you ever stop? And with that, he cracks down on her mental projection bubble so hard that he drops her. And then he grabs Reed. Reed tries to wrap around the Hulk, tries to stop him, keep him from moving, to do anything. But the Hulk smashes him so hard that he falls unconscious. The Hulk and the Warbound grab Reed and they begin to walk off. And that's when she calls out to the Sentry, telling him, we need you. You need to leave your home. We are failing. The Hulk walks through the city, dragging Reed and the others that he has just beat down until Rick Jones runs out in front of him. Hulk, stop! The Warbound try to stop Rick, but he ignores them, looking at his friend. Cap's dead. For those wondering, this happened right after Civil War, in the death of Captain America, and the Hulk doesn't respond to that news. A lot has happened while you were gone, Hulk. Tony and Reed, they screwed up. I'm sure these guys deserve it. Not like this Hulk. The Hulk reaches out, touching Rick's shoulder, and that's when he acts. The Doctor has arrived. He dives into the Hulk's mind, digging around, looking for the emotional side of him, and a bright light beams out of the Hulk's skull as he reaches up, grabbing his head, shouting, "Get out of my head!" He leaps into the sky, crashing into the bay nearby. When he looks up, for everything he sees makes him angrier. Seeing everyone failing, though, there's one man ready to fight the Hulk, and his name is Thunderbolt Ross. Ross thinks back. Will they ever learn? This always happens. The Hulk saves the world, then they pardon him. A few months pass, and he's at it again, fighting against everything around him. He's a monster, and one that needs to be put down. All of those years, everyone telling me he was possessed, or Doc Samson separated Banner and the Hulk, or he just wants to be left alone. Well, it got us nowhere, and we're now standing here with him conquering our world, and no way to stop him. My daughter is dead. Ross loads up into his helicopter, and he takes off, going to fight the Hulk. That's when he opens up with 10 tons of adamantium needles spraying into the Hulk's back. The soldiers all run up, and they continue to spray the Hulk over and over, peppering his entire body with damaging needles. He screams out in pain, and that's the moment that Doctor Strange strikes again. He tells Iron Fist that he needed the Hulk to allow him to enter, but this will work fine. Thunderbolt Ross has forced open the door. Inside the Hulk's mind, he hears the voice of Strange, but he ignores it, and he leaps into the air screaming at Ross. He lands in front of the helicopter, grabbing onto anything that he can. The voice of Strange once again tells him, "Come along, Bruce." And the Hulk stops what he's doing as he plummets it back to the earth with the helicopter in his hands. With a loud explosion, the Hulk snaps to and realizes he's not in the city anymore. He's picturing a new location in his mind, even though he is in fact standing in New York. He looks up to see an astral projection of Doctor Strange. "Where have you taken me?" This is not the question, Hulk. The question is, where have you taken me? Hulk reaches up to grab the astral projection, but he gets nothing but air. This is the space within your own mind, Hulk. What is it that you want to show me, Bruce? The Hulk screams out, "Don't call me that!" Outside of his mind, Ross sees the Hulk yelling at nothing and flailing around. He orders his men to open up in the big green giant. He gets sprayed with more needles over and over as he manages to grab the astral projection finally. Except Strange grows in size, telling the Hulk, "Your anger means nothing to me. I am the Sorcerer Supreme, and I could snuff the feeble flame of your mortal life with the merest twitch of my finger." He then shrinks back down. "But I am also your friend. Let me help you, Bruce. Show me your true face." At that moment, the Hulk thinks back to his life in Sakaar, thinks back to his wife. He softens up, and he begins to shrink down to Bruce Banner, telling Strange, "That's what she said. She wanted to see my true face. Her name is Kyra, and I hear her voice all the time." He looks back and he remembers all of the good times he had with her, the life that he was building. He remembers her telling him the words that he always wanted to hear. "This is where you belong, with your people, with your queen, your child." And then he remembers what took her life, the explosion that rocked the planet. Strange stands over him. "Bruce, I agreed with Tony and Reed and Black Bolt that you were too dangerous for this planet. I let them trick you into the shuttle and then shoot you into space. But you have to know, we had nothing to do with the explosion or her death." Bruce looks down. "Go away. How long have we known each other, Bruce? How many battles have we fought side by side? Look at me and tell me if I'm lying." Bruce rubs the bridge of his nose with his fingers. "Stephen." And Strange makes himself corporeal, putting his hands on Bruce's back. Bruce reaches out, taking Stephen's hand, and Stephen tells him, "I have you." And a look comes over Bruce's eyes. "Yeah, and I've got you." And that's when Strange sees a shadow growing larger and larger, covering him, and he realizes what just happened. And the Hulk crushes Strange's hands, breaking them. Strange falls out of the mental scape onto the floor of his own building, and the Hulk rushes forward, fighting fighting against Ross, still shooting needles at him. He leaps up, landing on a tank, tearing off the cannon on the front side, and then he jumps to another nearby one, stomping its cannon into the ground, throwing it into another tank. He throws the pieces of that tank into the sky, taking out the helicopter. As the pilots all parachute out, he claps his hands, putting down the rest of the ground troops, and then he sees Ross standing there on the side of another helicopter. The Hulk leaps up to him, grabbing him, and they fall out of the helicopter as Ross grabs his pistol, shooting the Hulk in the eye. And the Hulk gets madder as they fall to the ground with a wackoon. After the Hulk and his troops set up Madison Square Garden for their big plan, they walk to Greenwich Village to the home of Doctor Strange. They take down all of the enchantments and outrun Iron Fist and Strange's helpers, except they're all dropped without even any effort. And then the Warbound walk into the house. Strange calls out to Wong, telling him to bring him the box. It's their only hope. They must free Zom. Back in Madison Square Garden, where the Hulk is setting up his throne in the arena for the gladiator fights, Doctor Strange appears before him with his hands and head on fire. He has let the demon Zom in, and he informs the Hulk, Strange, smash! He slams his fist into the ground, nearly taking out Jerome the priest. So Jerome grabs a blade and swings it to block Doctor Strange as Hulk watches, and then Strange uses his power to smash the weapon and drop Jerome. The Hulk leaps in, but Strange plucks him out of the sky and punches him through his stomach, uppercutting him. I've just begun. The people of Earth try to push past the cops protecting them, telling them that they want to see what's happening. They want to see the fights. And as the Hulk lands in front of them, Strange comes up from behind, smashing him in the back. He then uses his spells to bombard the Hulk with everything, followed up by kicking him into a building nearby that crumbles it and forces it to fall on the civilians. Strange realizes what he just did, that he cost innocents their lives. He rushes over to lift the building and he sees the damage, only to see the Hulk holding the civilians safely. Strange looks at him. So much anger, hard to control. So the Hulk looks at him. Tell you what, let me give you a lesson. And he slams Strange into another building. Magic goes off all over as the Hulk pummels Strange over and over until finally he removes Strange from the game board. And that's when the Hulk walks back to Madison Square Garden to end this, because it's all about to conclude.
I thank you for these. 'Tis miserable work dressing so many beasts in a cold such as this. Would that this meat were a feast to celebrate a victory. I hear the unbelievers grow bold, hampered as we are by the snow. I pray that we are not defeated by cold and hunger ere we can meet the dragons and in battle. Ah, great snow, I'm Uber.
Now that he has his arena built, it's time to end this. All of the superheroes have had obedience discs attached to them, which forces them to stand in place in the arena, while the Hulk forces the heroes to listen. My name is Clorinda Roberts. I'm here to speak on behalf of Black Bolt. Last month, my husband retired, and for the first time in 20 years, I got him to go to the Opera House with me. You probably saw what happened on the television. Black Bolt's people came and declared war on Earth. They tore my husband's head off. I don't care. My husband is dead, and I want that man.
How like Silvento to entrust as an important task as this to an adventurer. You at least can be trusted to complete the work you are given, but still, I thank you for the delivery. You may go.
And to pay. Then another person steps forward. My name is Tom Foster. My uncle was Bill Foster, and you probably knew him as Goliath. He took the rebel side during the superhero civil war because he knew better than to throw in with the government. Tony Stark and Reed Richards cloned Thor. They cloned a god, and they used him to kill my uncle. They talk about laws, but they don't seem to do anything. So I'm ready for the Hulk's law. Then another person steps up. Doctor Strange dances with the devil, and he nearly killed all of us a few moments ago, or did you miss that? Let the judgment of God be upon you. The Hulk steps forward. Don't like it, do you? It's not fair. It's not the whole story. You have excuses, explanations. You're innocent. These people don't know what really happened. They don't know what's in your heart. Now you know how it feels. The Hulk then opens up the cage, revealing a giant monster that crawls out snarling and flailing around, ready to kill everyone. The Hulk explains, the day that I traveled to Sakaar, I was thrown into a pit to fight things like this. And as a spiked tentacle comes crashing down near Tony, Reed pushes him out of the the way. Strange screams out in pain as it grabs him and crushes him. So Tony runs forward to the sword that he picked up, cutting the tentacle off, and the creature screams out, ready to fight it even harder. So Black Bolt jumps on its head with a spear, stabbing into its brain. It falls dead, and the Hulk congratulates them for succeeding. Next, we were thrown into the gladiatorial training school, where we were told to kill each other, so choose your weapons. Reed tells him, never. And Elio calls out, do it, slave! And the shock goes through all four of them. They tried to fight against it, but it was useless. The obedience disc forced them to feel the pain, and Strange turns to Harome the priest. Harome, it is now you who has gone too far. I, Strange, may the prophets forgive and embrace us all. And with that, the superheroes of Earth begin to battle against each other, forced to try and kill each other. With magic weapons and fire burning around them, the rest of the heroes are forced to watch as their friends and loved ones fight against each other. Reed continues to barrel down onto Tony as Tony doesn't fight back. Reed tries to reason with him. Defend yourself! But he's busy hacking into something. The nearby Death's Head guards, and they shoot at the Hulk, who sidesteps them easily. So, they force Tony to use those guards to bombard Reed, and as he grows his arm in size, slamming it down next to Tony, the Hulk says, look at that. We're all monsters. Everyone in the arena begins to chant out, kill him, kill him. And a man is watching on the television, a man with the powers of a god, the Sentry, a superhero with the power of 1 million exploding suns. As he watches on the screen, the Hulk gives the thumbs down to have Reed kill Tony, and that's when he rockets off at top speed. Meanwhile, outside of the arena, Sally the reporter and Ben Ulrich are dealing with the crowds. The people of New York are pushing and shoving each other around. They want to see this action.
What do they expect to do with such paltry... Forgive me, I speak out of turn. You have done your duty, and a great service it is to us, for we are short of men. It is the enemy that weighs on me, snow rather than fire.
This fighting, the death, the mutilation, they end up pushing down the fence that is separating them from a sinkhole, pushing Ben Ulrich to the ground. Sally...
Thank you kindly, Rax. We are without men. We need to lay in extra supplies, so thin we are stretched by the terrors of this winter. Adventurers such as yourself were sent by Helene herself. Would that the commanders saw the truth of it.
Sally runs to his rescue, having to smash a bottle over a thug's head, but the police stop her, telling her that she can't go. The police explain that it's a sinkhole from all of the damage and the people are falling into it non-stop. It isn't safe to go that way. But that's when everyone in the crowd looks to the sky, and they thought the destruction was already done, but it's about to get worse, as Sally sees the Sentry soaring towards the fight. Back inside, though, Reed brings his mace down right next to Tony's head. Everyone is stunned, and they realize that it was the Hulk who prevented this. Remember this, puny humans. We came here for justice, not murder. No one on your planet has died by our hands, and no one will. For the Earth to remember who you are, we will raise this city to the ground. I will leave you to your shame. Tony looks back at him, beaten and battered and hurt. I explained it time and time again. This is your last chance to surrender, Hulk. Or what? Back outside, Sally just stands there in disbelief that this is happening as she watches the Sentry hit the arena so hard that he sprays rubble back, hitting the people and throwing more destruction around. Inside of the arena, the Sentry is glowing brightly with the power of 1 million exploding suns. Hello, old friend. He grabs the Hulk and he slams him through the wall, the building, the city itself to get him out of the arena. Sally runs over to the sinkhole where she helps Ben get out of it, and they look around because the next few hours...
Oh, adventurer, where's the tomfool? If he's lost something to frostbite, he has none but to blame himself.
This is the boy's ring. What is the meaning of this?
A feral croc? Are you certain? He could have dropped it. I'll not stand for the surmise of... I'll not stand for surmise when the boy is on her... What? Yes, he had ginger hair. Oh, for the Ruth of Allah. He was a good lad of fire to take his place in the war against the dragons. To die so ignominiously, instead I cannot tell his sire, yet to lie to a fellow knight about his own son. 'Tis more than I can tease out right now. I mislike adventurers, as you well know, but that wretched death on the North Road binds us together. It is the will of the Fury. After much reflection, I have decided to send you to Camp Dragonhead with the ring for Theo Balin, the boy's father. It ill becomes a knight to prevaricate, but I have added the boy's name to the patrol that was lost to the dragons. You must tell Theo Balin that his son died glorious in battle. Let his name not stand in shame. He deserved better. Yeah, dying from a fucking crocodile when you're supposed to kill dragons would fucking blow. My gratitude, adventurer. The rocks upon which Ishgard are built are less stalwart than we could have ever thought 5 years ago. There has never been such a time as this. The shadows gather with alacrity. The shadows gather with alacrity, and we must make whatever preparations we can. Big money. Oh, I only got a few minutes to finish this. Other levy.
Are sheer madness. Buildings are falling down over the entire city. There's massive destruction and injuries. Sally looks at Ben. What is this? What is going on? And Ben sees the Sentry fighting the Hulk. That can't be good. They begin to try and flee with everyone else, and smoke begins to swirl around them as explosions are following them. Portions of the streets are turning into sinkholes, and fires are burning all around them. New York has been turned into hell, and the Hulk looks back at the Sentry. You don't want this fight, Sentry. He glares at him. Yes, God, help me, I do. Because you're the only one that I can hit like this! He uses all of his power to punch the Hulk in the gut, throwing him through more buildings into the sky, where he comes crashing down into yet another building. The buildings are like tissue paper to these two, and they're all just being torn down. The Hulk stands up. All right, Stark, Richards, all of you, this is on you. Never forget what happens next is on your heads. The Hulk finally catches the Sentry mid-flight by punching him in the face with the full force of the angriest Hulk ever. The explosion is massive, taking out the entire building. Every time the Hulk swings, a mini explosion goes off, and he hits the Sentry over and over until blood is drawn, and the Sentry points his fist at the Hulk, and he burns him! Fire begins to spout off of the roof of the building, and it begins to pour over the entire city. It fills the streets, it burns the trees, it takes down everything in its path, and Ben, Ulrich, and Sally are left to see the aftermath of it all. The fire burned for 3 days after this fight. The city was in ruins. But whose fault was that? Back in the arena, all of the heroes are wondering what this guy is even doing. The Sentry is terrified of his own power. Why is he cutting loose right now? Reed turns to Tony. What did you tell him? And Tony tells him, I told him to play God. Hulk and the Sentry come crashing back down into the arena, and that's when he begins to swirl the power of a million exploding suns around him, and he drops it on the Hulk. But he persists. He accepts it, and he stands. The Hulk stands up. Reed and Tony tell each other that they need to use the satellites to stop him. They need to prevent the Sentry from burning the world around them. And the Hulk tells them, stupid humans, do you think your machines will stop him? And he jumps into the fire, into the source of the destruction. He sees the Sentry, and he begins to pound away on his power. The Sentry asks him, does it always feel this good to cut loose? It's funny, isn't it? After all of these years of me trying to calm you down, it's me who can't seem to stop. The Hulk continues to punch him over and over, draw blood, and try to stop him, but he can't. It's too much power for even the Sentry. He turns to the Hulk. Goodbye, old friend. And in the power of the sun, the two men continue to punch each other until there's a massive boom. The fire begins to part, and in the middle, everyone sees the Sentry and the Hulk in their human forms. Sentry thanks Bruce, and then he falls, and Bruce turns back to everyone with green glowing in his eyes. Everyone looks at him, and Rick offers his hand. Bruce, welcome home. But it's Meek who isn't done, as he shouts, Hulk is not done! Come back to us! And he stabs Rick. Bruce falls to his friend's side, and his eyes begin to glow, and he grows in size. and he smashes the insect. He begins to tear through his Warbound, throwing them into each other and smashing them into the ground. The Warbound leap on him, trying to hold him back, and Meek tells him, I will always be there to remind you because you always forget your purpose, World Breaker. You conquered Cigar. You killed the Red King. You should have slaughtered his people, but you let them live. So I watched them load up an old warp core into your shuttle. They thought that it would kill you, but I knew that it would remind you. We all must now die so that you can remember. You are the World Breaker. We need to make this end. The anger in the Hulk boils up and something in him snaps. There's suddenly no limit to his power, as his anger is too great. I said he was the angriest before, but I was wrong. This is the maddest he's ever been, as he begins to grow in size. Reed steps up. Bruce, stop. We'll help you this time. And he slaps his hands together to push the superheroes down. Stop. Without you, none of this would have happened. I'll hate you forever, almost as much as I hate myself. And that's when they felt it. The Hulk took a step, and the entire eastern seaboard felt it. An earthquake across the world from his step. Everything is breaking and crumbling because the Hulk can't even control his power, and he shouts, do it before I break the world! So Tony calls down the beam that stops the Hulk. He runs over, telling them to shoot at his position, and he runs between the Hulk's legs. That's when we see it. Shakroom! The beam hits him full on with everything. And as it burns away at him, in that moment, he remembers his happiness and her death. And with his own death, he could finally be with her. I'll never leave you, Hulk. I know. And now, I'll never leave you. Except, that's not how it ends, is it? He can't die, can he? This is the Hulk. And in the smoke and destruction, at the very center of everything, Bruce Banner lays there, staring into the sky. S.H.I.E.L.D. came by and they locked him up, hauling him away. And the Warbound were all arrested. This is the story of the Hulk and how he finally came home. They call you whatever they want, he said. Savior, destroyer. All that matters is what you choose. Bear witness to his choice, children, and give thanks to your gods and pray for their mercy. For tonight, the Hulk may sleep, but his rage will never die.
Thank you for sticking it out to the end of our Planet Hulk World War Hulk combo video. I'm sorry that I'm not on screen right now, which I typically am, but we just had a lot going on and this is so much easier to do for an intro and outro. If you want more full stories, let me know in the comments down below.
Next up, Marvel Zombies 1 through 5 and probably Evil Dead 1 too, I imagine.
Welcome to Marvel Zombies, right here at Comic Story, where we take some of your favorite pop culture universes, be it a comic book, a video game, or a movie, and we break them down into digestible bites, giving them back to you as audio dramas. You see, as the years go on here at the Comic Storian channel, our videos get lost amongst our own videos as we've created over 2,000 of them. We put the best ones into playlists, but then even the playlists get lost. So every Monday we bring you a full story series, bringing you our entire playlist into one long video. And today, we're going to be giving you what we've done for Marvel Zombies. The Origins, Volume 1, 2, 3, 4, the spin-off with Deadpool and its conclusion, and then the return of the original Marvel Zombies. While the series does continue after our ending, it doesn't actually continue much of the original storyline and instead does spin-off stories in the zombie universe, and they honestly weren't that good. Either way, enjoy the Marvel Zombies full story right here at Comic Story. For this tale, we're going to need to travel to the Ultimate Universe.
Oh, you could tell by the microphone how old this one
Poor
is.
Reed Richards is a young genius scientist who's being told he can't be a superhero. But with these powers, shouldn't he be? Well, recently he came in contact with another Reed, a Reed from another dimension. And this older Reed has told our young Reed, come to our universe, and I can teach you how to be a hero. So our young Reed takes that offer and creates a device to warp over to this other universe to learn how to become a true superhero. But this world, there's something wrong with this world. This is the world of Marvel Zombies. Young Reed panics right away as the zombie Fantastic Four tells him that he's been had. This was their plan. You see, the Marvel Zombie universe has run out of food, and it has some of the most intelligent zombies ever. So they tricked the young Reed to come here so that they can have some fresh meat. Young Reed quickly slips away and he jumps down into the sewer system to flee. But he won't get away that easily, as the zombie Human Torch jumps in after him. With his heart racing, Reed runs through the sewer system screaming, oh god, oh god, oh god, until he eventually, actually, loses the zombie Human Torch. He climbs back up to the surface and he looks around. How did this start? How did this world come to this? What has happened? Well, this infection It travels between dimensions looking for the superheroes and the strongest individuals. It spreads like wildflowers and has taken over this entire world in as little as 3 days. Reed looks around the entire city and he can't believe the state that it's in now. But, you know, zombies can smell fresh flesh. And Reed is currently out in the open where the rest of the starving Marvel zombies are roaming, and they can sure as hell smell him. But those other zombies don't matter, because the Hulk is hungry, and he announces that the stretchy boy belongs to the Hulk now, and he charges straight for Reed. Reed looks like he's doomed. He's just a young scientist. How could he possibly stop the Hulk, of all people? Luckily, he won't have to, as every car in the area begins to plummet at the streets below, crushing a good chunk of those Marvel zombies. Reed looks around in shock and he realizes that there's only one man who could have done this, Magneto. And Magneto insists that Reed come with him if he wants to live. Magneto leads Reed to his hideout and explains that he is the last superpowered being alive in this world. And he's been rescuing the human survivors, but none of them have any power to stand up to the Marvel zombies. After some worried looks from the humans, Reed explains that he's from another dimension, and that's why he's here. He was tricked into coming to this world by the zombie Reed Richards. Magneto then looks panicked, and he looks at Reed and he says, "You just opened a doorway back to your world. Your world is already doomed." Meanwhile, back at the Ultimate Fantastic Four universe, Sue, Johnny, and Ben are looking for where Reed went into his lab. When the zombie Fantastic Four comes through the portal, ready to feast on this new world. The Ultimate Fantastic Four quickly run out of the room, and they lock the zombie Fantastic Four behind 5 layers of airtight doors and gas the entire room, making them rather easy to handle. Maybe in their zombie state, they weren't as smart as they thought they were. Back in the zombie universe, Wolverine begins to smell the air. He can smell Magneto, Reed, and the other humans. So much fresh meat. The zombie superheroes begin to attack Magneto's secret hideout, and Magneto realizes one thing. If there's a portal open that's going to a safe world, that's where they can go. They can go hide out in that other world, and if they can get there before the Marvel zombies, that's their one hope for survival. They just need to get to the Baxter building and travel back to Reed's universe, all of them, and they can escape this together. They quickly run out the back door and they run back into the streets, only to run into the rest of the Marvel zombie superheroes. Magneto looks at everyone and he says, "This is gonna be difficult." And then all of the zombies turn blind. Looks like the rest of the Ultimate Fantastic Four has shown up, and Sue Richards made all of the zombies' optic nerves invisible. Now with his friends here, Reed works with them and they defeat all of the remaining zombies, and everyone flees to the Baxter building. Once they get to the dimensional portal though, and restore power and put up force fields, Magneto realizes that he needs to stay here. Somebody has to destroy this device from this side of the portal, or the rest of the zombie horde will just follow them through and destroy the new world. The Ultimate Fantastic Four also realize that this is the only way, and everyone waves goodbye to Magneto as they all warp back to the Ultimate Universe. Magneto makes peace with himself and he destroys the entire Baxter building, leaving no way for the Marvel zombies to follow through to the Ultimate Fantastic Four universe. And so ends one of the most horrific nights that Ultimate Fantastic Four Reed has ever had. And it brings him closer to becoming a superhero. And it brings the Ultimate Fantastic Four closer together. They also have new captives in the Baxter building, because those 4 zombies that came through and got gassed, well, they're now just prisoners in the depths of the Baxter building. Meanwhile, back in the zombie universe, after the explosion went off and destroyed everything, the zombies survived. And so did Magneto. But what about Magneto? Did he die after this? Not quite. While he did destroy the Baxter building and the transdimensional device, he survived, and so did the zombies. And while he put up one heck of a fight, he couldn't take out everyone, and eventually, they ate him. Well, this is when we learn that when the zombies eat, they're no longer consumed by the urge to feast, and they actually get to look at their situation. They're still themselves, but they no longer heal, they no longer feel pain, and parts of them are decaying and falling off. But they will be like this for a little bit longer since they just feasted. And they realize that there's no longer any food on this planet. So what are a group of genius Marvel zombies supposed to do before they get hungry again? Well, they don't have to think about that for very long, because just then, the Silver Surfer comes down to say, "Hey!" The zombies chase after him, but they lose him rather quickly as he's kind of on a silver surfboard and moving very fast. While they're all standing around trying to figure out what they're gonna do, Hank Pym decides to take his leave of the group to supposedly go find his wife, and he heads off, ensuring that he'll be back soon. But Hank doesn't appear to be looking for Janet. It's almost as if he's walking around trying to hide from everybody. Like maybe he's trying to hide a completely uninfected T'Challa that he's been secretly eating from everybody. Well, Mr. Hank Pym is actually trying to solve this whole zombie problem, and he's using his secret stash of T'Challa Twinkies to keep his sanity. He's getting close to solving the zombie problem. Every time he eats T'Challa, he gets a little more sane and a little more capable of actually solving this problem. But there's an even larger problem. He wasn't as sneaky as he thought, because just then, Janet showed up as she followed him to his little secret hideaway, and she demands that Hank share this meat with her. How could he be hiding these T'Challa Twinkies from her? But Hank simply says no, and he bites her head off. Well, I guess the Janet problem has been solved. Well, the rest of the zombies are all headed back to see Iron Man and all of the others, and while Iron Man wasn't too happy that he didn't get to have some of that Magneto meat, something else decided to just float next to them at this time. Silver Surfer has returned to let the zombies know that Galactus is on his way to their planet so he can consume it. But the zombies all just stare at him, and they decide that looks like some really good silver meat. They all jump right away to attack him, and they learn that his cosmic powers can cut their zombie flesh like butter. First, Iron Man is cut in half, and then Wolverine's adamantium skeleton literally tears through his own arm, allowing his flesh to just dangle there. But eventually, even with his cosmic powers, the Silver Surfer couldn't stop the zombies from eating him. And they discover that once you peel back the candy silver wrapper of the Silver Surfer, there's some juicy cream filling on the inside. And what's interesting is that the zombies discover that if they eat this cosmic imbued cream filling, they're imbued with cosmic powers just like the Silver Surfer. Meanwhile, while Hank is all fighting for some of that juicy Silver Surfer cream filling, our T'Challa Twinkies wake up and he begins to walk off, and he decided to take the severed head of Janet with him. You see, since she's a zombie, her head still functions, and she begins to torture T'Challa by asking him if she can just nibble a little of him. Just give her a little. You know, she needs to solve this hunger problem. Maybe he can just give her like a pinky finger? Maybe she can just eat a pinky finger? But T'Challa begs her to stop. It's a little disconcerting to have a friend of his wanting to eat him, especially since she obviously has no stomach, and this is all a mental thing. It's not going to solve any of her problems. Back with the rest of the zombies, things get a little bit more bizarre as Galactus arrives demanding to know where his herald is. And Hank Pym replies, we ate him, and we're still hungry. But being that this is Galactus, there isn't much they can do to fight him, and they run off planning to figure out a way that they can stop him later. So Hank leads them to his secret lab, where he discovers that T'Challa has escaped. So he better work quickly while he can think, as his hunger has been solved from Silver Surfer.
Alright.
Back with T'Challa, he finds himself confronted by Magneto's followers from
that
Asteroid
works out. We needed to go here anyway.
They think that he's a threat and they attack him. But T'Challa defeats the Asteroid M humans with only one arm and one leg. And once they all agree to stop fighting, T'Challa grabs Janet's head and he brings her along with them, so that the remaining humans, T'Challa and the head of Janet, can all head to Asteroid M and get away from the planet that's obviously about to be destroyed by Galactus. And once they get up there, they take the head of Janet so that they can find a cure, while T'Challa meets with the man in charge of the asteroid. His name is Forge. While back on Earth, the Marvel zombies seem to have figured out a weapon that can fight against Galactus. It combines all of their new cosmic powers into a single focused, cosmic-powered beam.
Not my highest game.
And it works. It knocks down Galactus, and it's time for some giant purple meat. But as they knock him down, he lands in the middle of all the zombie supervillains. Well, this leads to the eventual. The super
Alright, let's see what this guy wants. Arthuroi. Arthuroi is eager to ask for service on a cold, windy night. The truth is, I used to be galled when I pulled fire duty, but I've come to thank my lucky stars. In Korthos, dull and warm beats dull and cold any time. I've no complaints about the warmth, to be certain. We're short-handed here, though, so dim have our lights grown, 'tis no wonder a patrol mistook the whiffs for the stronghold. The north winds blow hard tonight. Will you patrol the braziers and light those that are dark? Listen to that shriek. Sometimes I swear that the very climes have declared war against us. Here, take this bit of live coal to light the braziers within. Okay. Else got quests for me? Looks like maybe in this building. Top, perhaps? Different entrance. Different entrance. That's not it. There it is. I forgot to turn in a quest. I did. No, I didn't. Where's the coal one? The quartz. Go. That's the one. Oh yeah, I couldn't turn it in. I should be able to turn it in now, though. No, still? Look at that picture. I don't know why that makes me smile. Cornatore. Corntiore. Corntiox. How many ways can a man die? Corntiox wishes to speak to you of this and more. A word, adventurer. House Fortemps has just called a reward on the snow wolves that harass our supply trains. These creatures are most dangerous when young and starved, and this litter of 4 is both. I lost 2 good men to these wolves. Had they been knights, the hunting horns would have stopped ere their blood had rusted. I would see that you avenge them, and the reward is a fair one. Bring back the hides, and we shall both gain what we seek. Fucking knights are dying from wolves? Losers. Yael. Your name's Yaeli. Adventurer, I hear you like a good hunt. The common folk tell me they have lost a good many of their animals to an ogre. Their petitions have come to naught, and so they've come to me, and I, in turn, come to you. We must needs have a decoy for this hunt, but I would not ask the folk to risk more of their livelihood. Let us use my own beloved Sebastian to lure this ogre out in the open. Oh, he is my darling Karkul. A wise knight keeps her own source of wool. Yes, Sebastian has clothed me since I came to this camp, and will someday feed me too, no doubt. But today you will return him to me safe and sound. Wow, that's fucked. But I get it. Jean. Eugene. Yoicks. Let's call him Eugene. So Eugene is looking more vexed than usual as his eyes scan the camp for a very special someone, namely you. Moi? I have it on good authority that dragons have once again been spotted around the Steel Vigil. Yet it would not serve to send knights to the area, considering the entirely disgraceful hurly-burly over Lord Francel. Will you investigate the Steel Vigil in our stead? Sure. Why not? Uriel. Sir Uriel of House Hillenhart wishes to thank the Lord of House Fourtemps, and only an adventurer can pull off such a fraught exchange. A moment, if you will. You are the adventurer who cleared our Lord Francel's good name, are you not? Allow me to thank you. His lordship is House Hellenhart, you see, and unjust it is that he was born under a waning moon. Yet what was thin must eventually grow fat again. I would thank Lord Honchenfant as well, but I should not like to be seen as currying favor either for myself or my house. I would present him with a gift under your name, if you are amendable. I have selected a bottle of nectar for his lordship. Will you collect it from the wine cellar downstairs and deliver it to Medgut Still in the kitchen? The wine cellar is called Emmanuel, and the bill has been settled. Wow. Nice people. Is that a sheep? Or, no, just a guy in there. Hey, buddy. When a merchant is wroth, there's usually coin to be made in solving a problem, and Edwin is looking very wroth indeed. Hey, you! No time for niceties. I'm waiting on Ceruleum. That Uldun cutpurse, what calls himself a traitor, is late with his shipment. Ceruleum burns like an alewife in winter, and there's no going without it to make the fire stand for the Bastilas. Curse that Syntagote. What does he think we're fighting here, ladybugs? You look like you'd enjoy a spot of heat. Find out where my Ceruleum is. Find out where my Ceruleum order is. Go to Singot, and, you know, lean on him a little. Question him, like. I tell you, these Ulduns, keen on getting paid, not keen on doing their work. I can't trust them, especially that lot at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Let's see, is there a way inside of Manuel? Raksuki, I must be rising in this world to have custom of the most famous adventurer of these parts. How may I serve? Sorrel sent you? Of course. Here's the bottle she ordered, and a fine choice, if I may say so. This nectar was mixed with the blessed water of the Weeping Saint, sweet and iceless even in deep winter. 'Twas no mean feat procuring such a choice of liquor with the road snowbound, but I aim to please. How do I get in there? Can't be it. There we go. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Damn, Skippy, well. Okay, I guess that's not it. You seek Theo Balin? I am he. A ring. Talk sense, adventurer. This is my wife's naming ring, which I took off her cold finger so many years ago. I gave it to our son after his swearing of the sword. You need not look so beetle-browed, adventurer. I know what this means. My son is dead. My line is ended. Yes, I know what this means. There was a patrol out of Skyfire Locks last night that was killed to the last man. Was he one of them? Ah, then he died well, for I heard they brought down 2 dragons before the fire came for them. In every generation of my family, at least one son has died in the crusade. I scarce remember my father, who fell manning the Bastila at the Locks, and I am the last of 3 brothers. I had 4 sons and a daughter. 2 of the boys did not live to see their first name day, and my wife died in childbirth with the third. Sickness took my daughter along with her babes. Yet our honor is intact, for my son gave his life to the cause. Would he had only known more days, fight more battles ere he fell. That is my only regret. Thank you for the message. You lack no courage to make your way towards Kothas in these troubled times. What a fucking sad ending to his whole story. Well, if it ain't Raksuki, everyone's talking about you, you know. Looking for a place to hide? Sweet goddess, Stephanian's joy! I haven't seen one of these upon the sideboard for a good many a moons. This is too rich for your purse, I'd wager. So it must be from Uriel? I guessed well, did I not? The high houses of Ishgard are descended from the heroes who stood with Heldrath, the first Azure Dragoon. They are like brothers, Lord Hunchenfon says. They bicker ceaselessly, but must remember to hold fast to one another when the safety of Ishgard is at stake. Thank you for delivering this, and serving as Sir Aurel's decoy. Lord Hunchenfon has been quite deprived of his favorite indulgence since the cold grew so ferocious. I don't even get to see him drink it. Didn't even get offered a sip of it. The Charlayans say there are no greater generals than old women with naught to lose, and Medul's steely gaze says she means to send you to war. I had a son once, a fine boy. Maybe if he had lived, he would have been around your age by now. I'm not sure. My memory's not so good these days. But he wandered into the ogre's belly in a blizzard, and one of the beasts in there killed him. I am neither knight nor a maid, but I tell you my heart cries out for vengeance, nay, justice, even after all these years. I won't go to my grave knowing that that creature will blight another life as it did mine. Take all that I have left, but slay the Gorgator. Here, this is a bottle of Krakul blood. Pour it out and the scent will draw the creature. It doesn't care what kind of blood it is, you see. Once it senses prey, you'll be ready, won't you? Only Ishgard would have an actual Valley of Death, conveniently located nearby. A lady nobly born seeks an adventurer to walk in its shadow. You know you a gorge called Witchdrop, sharp as claws and hard as steel. It is where those suspected of heresy are judged by the Inquisition. The guilty would fly to escape death, using the power granted them by the Dravinians, and the temple archers would put an arrow through their black hearts. The innocent would break upon the gorge floor, their purity proven, their souls would ascend to halls, and there await their loved ones. That's fucked. The one I loved was judged at Witchdrop. He went to his death with a rosary upon him. I carved the crystals myself. I'd only made 4 before he was taken. I think that mayhap the beads lie forgotten on the floor of that gorge. They say you have keen eyes, closed lips, and a kind heart. Will you find the rosary for my heart-sucker? I do not expect all 4 beads, but please, good adventurer, as many as you can. Dishnut would prevail upon a passing adventurer to search for his wayward daughter. That daughter of mine, when she had the mind to do a thing, there's no stopping her. She's gone off to the Weeping Saint alone. I've told her time and again it's not safe with all the unbelievers about. You're one of those fearless, fire-breathing adventurers, aren't you? Normally I'd tell you to stay away from my fine, high-spirited lass, but right now I bid you go in hot pursuit to the Weeping Saint and bring her back safe and sound. Ah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. I'm just trying my best. Belmont. Holy crap, there's a ton of quests here. Belmont. Neat name. Sharp eyes and a broad smile, Belmont is a hard man to resist when he has a request. And he appears to have one now. Well met, my brother in Dudream. I'm a sellsword myself, but I doubt this lot here rates any higher than adventurers. But I can't complain. I have 3 squares and clean straw enough to sleep in, even if I moil all day for it. Any road, thought I'd share some work of the... Thought I'd share some of the work with you today. Wagon bound for the Fort Thames broke its wheel shaft on the way and sent word they'd be a half a day late. Ain't showed up yet. They're on the East Road. Those legs of yours won't find it too far. I've got my own donkey work to see to. But we'll have a mug of something when you return. Nice guy, I guess. Let's see. Anything else here? Alright, I think I'm all stocked up. Guess we'll go east. And we'll work our way up towards out of the zone. And
cosmic powered heroes of the Marvel Universe versus the non-cosmic powered villains. Do I even need to tell you which side of this fight wins? Well, with the supervillains gone and Galactus on the ground, the Marvel zombies have one hell of a feast. 5 years later, the human survivors of Asteroid M come down to the planet to see if they can help the Marvel zombies. They discovered that if a zombie doesn't eat, eventually, it'll just stop having its hunger. And they took the head of Janet and put it into a robotic body. But they discovered that the zombies aren't here. And since the planet is still here and not destroyed by Galactus, where did the zombies go? Well, once they ate Galactus, they became Galactus. And now they go through space devouring any world that has an alien race that has a good, juicy, clean filling.
Sucks to suck.
It has now been decades since the Marvel zombies left Earth on an intergalactic journey, and they stand at the edge of the galaxy with new friends. And every living thing in the universe has been eaten. Giant Man turns to his zombie brothers and he tells them, "This is it. We ate everything." And Thanos tells everyone, "This is Hulk's fault. He eats twice as much." So Hulk hits Thanos' zombie's head so hard that it explodes into pus and guts. Giant Man then turns to the other zombies.
Believing even a zombie version of Thanos could be arguing
for the multiverse. And in order to do that, we'll need to go to Reed's teleporter back on Earth. It's time to go home. But back on Earth, there are survivors. We find this out as a young boy finds the head of Hawkeye, left there to rot for decades. He begs the young boy to save him, bring him elsewhere. He won't bite, he promises. You see, when the zombies were eating all of Earth, a few survivors were on Asteroid M, and once they deemed the Earth safe to live again, they went home. Being the only surviving leader, Black Panther was placed in charge of what would now become known as New Wakanda. He was also joined by Janet Van Dyne, a zombie that isn't hungry at all, because as Black Panther Forge and their scientist Reynolds have found, the zombies eventually just aren't hungry anymore, and they go back to being the way they were before they turned into a zombie. As proof, Janet brings the head of Hawkeye that Black Panther's son just found. They're interrupting a heavy debate as to what should be done about the children of the community, the Acolytes, because the children are starting a problem, and soon Forge is worried that they'll overrun the community. But now the discovered head of Hawkeye is a bigger concern, and Forge brings it to Reynolds for experimentation. They discover that Hawkeye is in fact
I like the idea of
normal-ish
zombie
again.
science.
Well, as normal as someone could be when they've been separated from their body for over 50 years and buried in rubble. With knowledge that it is now confirmed that the zombies can turn back to normal, Black Panther goes to bed for the evening, when suddenly an assassin breaks into his bedchambers and stabs him in the stomach while he tries to sleep. He kicks the assassin over, and Janet runs in to protect him seconds too late because he's already bleeding out on the floor. Realizing that there's no other options, she bites him, spreading the zombie disease. Then, with her hunger returning, she gets up and she tries to dive on Black Panther's wife. But he gets up and he grabs her. No, help me eat the assassin, Wasp. They munch on the assassin and then they regain their sanity, which happens right after they feast on somebody. Wasp and Black Panther lock themselves up until the pain of hunger can pass. All the while, the Marvel superhero zombies are growing closer. With the leader of New Wakanda locked up, the leader of the Acolytes, Cortez, takes this chance to convince everyone that they need to follow him now. He can help them repopulate a new Earth, and they can't be following a zombie. A monster should not be ruling them. He then starts to get people together to go kill their old zombie leader. So Forge, Reynolds, and Hawkeye all let them out, and they try to smuggle Black Panther and Janet out of New Wakanda. But as they make to the exit, they're confronted by Cortez. But this internal struggle is already at an end, because the Marvel zombies have returned. Hulk lands first and he grabs a human and begins munching, while Giant Man realizes these humans were left behind and they can turn them into a breeding farm. He can repopulate the humans just so that they can eat them. He then grabs Hulk, holding him back, telling him to stop. If Hulk eats them all now, they won't be able to turn them into a breeding camp. He won't be able to breed humans for feasting. This is too much for Spider-Man, and he shoots a blast of power cosmic at Giant Man. They haven't eaten in so long that Spider-Man is starting to come to his senses. And this isn't what they do. They were superheroes. And now Giant Man is coming up with ways to breed humans? Missing half his head and brain doesn't matter because Giant Man is a zombie and he orders the other zombies to kill this twit. Spider-Man must die. I'm tired of his jokes. But Spider-Man isn't alone as Luke Cage is coming to his senses as well, and he joins up with Spider-Man. Zombies and humans begin to battle it out while Reynolds is looking for a plan, and his answer is to turn on the force field. One that not even the zombies can get through. He turns it on, cutting Luke Cage in half, and taking out the magic virus. Or seems like it was a good idea, except that they also.
I tell you, I did not like the original run of Marvel Zombies.
Spider-Man tries to talk
they just
Gladiator
like
down,
every issue, I felt like they were just making up something new.
Gladiator punches his fist through Black Panther's chest, and then he tears Spider-Man in half. Wasp tried to tag him with her wasp fingers, but they just didn't do anything to him. Everything seemed doomed until someone stomped on Gladiator's head using some of Iron Man's old armor. Using it as a distraction, Spider-Man and Luke Cage both blasted Gladiator with the power cosmic, killing him by destroying his head. The man in the Iron Man armor takes his helmet off and reveals to Iron Man that it was Forge. He raided Stark Industries and improved on all of the armor. Oh, and he made this force field. They won't be getting in here anytime soon. So Giant Man turns to his fellow zombies. Whatever, we didn't come here for this. Let's go for the reason we're here. They then leave the humans there and they take off for the Baxter building. Forge takes all of the zombies inside, where he staples Spider-Man's body back together, gives Luke Cage some new legs, reattaches Wasp's head, and they tie down Bruce Banner to keep him from changing back into the Hulk.
Why is Forge so fucking
Cortez
fat?
then walks in demanding Forge hand over all of the zombies so that he can kill them.
He's got like a little
Forge
Buddha belly
refuses.
going.
They just saved mankind, and they aren't trying to eat anyone right now, so why are you trying to mess with them? So Cortez begrudgingly leaves them, and Black Panther turns to Spider-Man. Why did they come back, Spider-Man? He explains that they came for food, it's what they're always looking for. But their plan was to go to the Baxter building and get the multi-dimensional teleporter. Forge just laughs at that though, and tells everyone to follow him. They'll get a kick out of this. Apparently, he went to the Baxter building years ago and got the multi-dimensional teleporter. He just can't get it working. But here it is. And as he's explaining that, Giant Man figures it out for himself back at the Baxter building, and he tells his fellow zombies it's time for them to go back to the last bastion of humanity. The zombies all return to the force field wall to find Black Panther and all of the other zombies inside waiting for them. What is this? Giant Man asks, and Black Panther tells him, we have a deal for you. We'll let you use the multidimensional teleporter if you promise not to harm anyone and just leave. Giant Man and Iron Man are in shock. Okay, deal. But as the force field lowers, they charge out ready to fight, and Reynolds turns on the force field, locking everyone outside of the area. This ends now, Black Panther shouts as they begin fighting it out. Iron Man did manage to get inside though, and he goes right for the control room, but it's there that he finds quite a few people standing between him and the room. Everything seems to be going perfectly, except that they had Bruce Banner unconscious for the first attack, and he's now gotten himself free, and he's hungry. Meanwhile, back outside, Giant Man squashes Wasp between his hands, and Hawkeye opens fire on Giant Man, only to realize that that was pointless. He shoots arrows, and Giant Man is huge. Be my friend? He asks him. Back with Bruce and Reynolds, he tackles Reynolds and he pushes him into the control panel, which lowers the force field. Seeing their chance, the Marvel zombies begin entering the last stronghold of the humans, and Giant Man reaches out, grabbing Black Panther's wife. He raises her to his mouth and prepares to take her head off. When he stops, he turns to his zombie brothers and he tells them, the hunger's gone. One by one, the zombies all lose their hunger, and Giant Man turns to everyone. Truce? Oh, hell no, Cortez shouts. You killed everything in the entire universe. You must pay for your crimes. Giant Man tells him that the memory of their actions is punishment enough. Not for me, it isn't. I'm gonna make you pay, Giant Man, Cortez shouts at him. But Forge stops him. You can't hurt them. They don't feel pain. Plus, do you think they'd let you execute them? Before they can do anything else, though, Hulk bursts through the wall, and he's hungry. Everyone jumps in trying to stop the Hulk, but he's the Hulk, and he will not be stopped until his hunger is satisfied. He destroys half the zombies while they try to convince him to stop, and all it comes down to is they need to stop Hulk's hunger. So Reynolds sacrifices himself. Without Wasp, he has no reason to live. Hulk eats him and reverts back to Bruce Banner, where all of the power cosmic zombies blast him in the head, killing him once and for all. And that's it. The zombies help the humans rebuild, and as they dig through the rubble, they find the head of Wasp. She survived. After 3 weeks have passed, Giant Man spent his time rebuilding the multidimensional teleporter. The goal was to give the humans a better world to live on, and once it's complete, he calls a meeting of all of the zombies. But that's when they find out the reason Forge couldn't repair the teleporter. Cortez didn't want him to. He likes this world, a small batch of humans that he can control. He's the one that arranged the assassin to kill Black Panther. He also killed Black Panther's son all of those years ago, and he's been trying to remove Black Panther's regime. And with that, he flips the switch, teleporting the zombies out of this world and into another. Forge runs in asking Cortez what did he do, and Cortez knocks him out. They're gone for good. They're someone else's problem now.
There we go.
Our story begins in the swamplands of Citrusville, Florida, with the State Initiative Team, the command, investigating reports of multiple hostile targets, with one costume hostile among them. As the group reaches an airport rental shop, Siege scans the area and finds a woman among the scattered bodies. And as he goes to check on her, she turns, showing her teeth, and lunges, biting Siege in the side of the face. Jennifer Kale blasts the woman away while the conquistador begins fighting off the zombies crawling out of the swamp. However, as more appear, they begin ripping him apart, and from the shadows a figure shouts, "This looks like a job for the merc with half a mouth." Zombie Pole leaps in, throwing knives, hitting Jennifer in the arm, and bites down on Wandar's shoulder. As Wandar struggles against Zombie Pool, Jennifer shouts for him to throw his body down towards her. She's got a plan. Wandar blasts Zombie Pool down, and as Jennifer turns a key, an airboat's blades begin to spin, and it sucks Zombie Pool inside of it, showering her with chunks of flesh and blood. Wandar floats down, stating that he will be able to purge the impurity from his body, but he will need time to hibernate to cleanse. As Wandar begins to rest, an arm from the swamp reaches out, grabbing Jennifer, and Siege says how he's so hungry. And as she crawls away, he chases after her. His cybernetics begin to call out that the biological unit is infected, terminating unit, and Siege shouts, "No, I'm still hungry!" But the cybernetic arm pulls out a gun and bang! Then Siege's headless torso falls before Jennifer's feet. Over at the headquarters of the Alternate Reality Monitoring and Operational Response Agency, also known as ARMOR, Director Charles Littlesky calls on the help of another hero to help them, Machine Man, or Aaron as he prefers. Charles says that he's been brought here to help them with a little
Which
problem
one is the
involving
best? I mean, as far as like the zombies comics, because I think the new one. I'm trying to remember. There's a new Marvel Zombies happening right now. I don't know if I can't remember if I've seen it all yet though. But I think the new one is already off to a better start. This series got so off the rails. They had their original run. Then they tried to do like an Evil Dead, like Ash Williams from the fucking Evil Dead. They did a crossover with that, and that was fucking terrible. And I don't remember too much about Deadpool's Zombie Pool. Sorry about his story. I remember he kind of just gets beheaded and left somewhere. I think he ends up in the main Marvel universe, just kind of sitting around doing nothing for a long time.
And the entry points appear to be growing in Citrusville, Florida. The one that crossed over is the Marvel Zombies universe. It's a universe overrun by a zombie plague. Charles then leads Aaron over to Michael Morbius's lab, where Michael explains that they need his help with creating a vaccine against the zombie plague, but they're going to need a blood sample from a human from the Marvel Zombies
Dude, I love DC's. The whole thing with the antivirus, like a fucked up version of the anti-life equation being the genesis of it. Chef's kiss. Fucking zombie plastic man, horrifying. Yeah, DCeased is better by a long shot. I'll tell you what was dog shit from DC though was their vampire Elseworld story. My God, that vampire story they did, where everybody becomes a vampire and evil and stupid. What a waste of time. Having Dick Grayson being the main bad guy and just, well, I'm a vampire now, I guess I'm just bad. Makes no damn sense. But yeah, DCeased, top zombie. I mean, it's zombie-esque. But yeah, they're basically zombies.
He came here because he was curious about armor and
I'll say this, I think the DCeased series, I think it struggled to end. Like, it was kind of neat seeing Alfred becoming the Spectre towards the end there. But I kind of felt like they struggled a little bit trying to figure out how to end it.
Their work. And as he begins to leave, a voice calls out.
Talk to the daughter here. How the fuck did you end up back here? My father sent you to fetch me back. My, he must be overstrung. He usually mislikes adventurers. He knows very well that I must have the blessed water, and one can hardly get it anywhere else. Father means well, but I cannot have him ordering me home and insisting on armed chaperones. This war is older than he or his own father. What does he mean to do? Hide me away in the tea caddy and hope that the war ends before I'm old and gray? You are gray. Still, I am not insate to the dangers. Will you keep watch while I fetch the water? Who knows, you may discover an unbeliever in the woodworks. Okay. You gonna get it? You gonna get the water? Come on, lady. So just kill things until she feels better about her life.
Out to him, stating, "It needs a long time." Aaron turns back to see Joe Costa, and he tells her that they thought that they lost her when they fought against Ultron, and she tells Michael that it seems that the new medical attachments appear to be working fully operationally. Aaron then asks if they're sending Joe Costa alone, and Charles says that it's not their first choice, but they don't have any organic escorts to go with her. They don't have any agents who
that's
care
why I
about
gotta
her
talk to him.
So Aaron says fine, he will go. And while Charles begins to use his powers to open up the portal to another world, Michael returns to his room. He then rips the skin off of his lips, showing his zombie fangs, stating that Deadpool did his part. Now it's time for him to do his. As Aaron and Jocasta step out of the
Suspicious fellow. What truck have I with you or you with me, huh? All may partake of the saints' tears, or do you not believe that I am worthy? I am! I know what you're thinking, adventurer man. I do. You're as transparent as the water there. The water she's taking. You think I'm one of those unbelievers. I find your accusations vile and remove them from your foul presence. Okay. Oh. Look, lady, I found the knife. What's wrong? And what is it that you have in your hand? There's no soldier's weapon, and none but knights have leave to bring a weapon into a holy place. Perhaps there really was a heretic here, or I have somehow summoned one by my careless jest. I shall return to Camp Dragonhead forthwith. I am not easy in my mind. Kind adventurer, you do best not to linger. Huh. It's like somebody was there to fucking stick a knife in her back. Either that or somebody's looking after her.
Portal. Charles tells him that this is Central Park and he will return in 8 hours to pick them up and the sample. And if they're not here by then, he will assume that they were destroyed. Good luck! The two begin to head off towards the destroyed city, but above them, this world's flying heroes begin to swoop down asking, where are they? Where are the people? As the two are carried into the sky, Aaron blows the head off of one as Zombie Falcon begins to rip off Jocasta's legs. Jocasta manages to shoot her I-beams, blowing him up, and back with Aaron. He starts to fall out of the sky. Aaron extends one of his arms to catch himself,
oh boy,
but with the other, he catches a saw blade and he
we got a plethora to turn in. See if I can remember any of these characters. Their voices. Like a pro. Alright, old lady who wanted me to avenge her grandson, or son. Thank the Fury, you're safe. I thought my revenge had been the death of you, but you say it's the monster that's dead. Thank you, kind boy. Mithril Rosary, a standard rosary carried by his followers of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church in the Holy See. And would you look at that? You found his rosary. As bright as the day, his father put it around his neck. They say mithril never loses its luster. Not like life, eh? Fall to a dragon, go to heaven. Fall to aught else, who gives to hells. That's the Ishgard way. He was a scout, and a good one, I'm told. But he died a fool's death, and a fool deserves no justice. They found him and left his things where they lay, left him where he lay, his own comrades. But you didn't, did you? You picked this up and brought it to me, a good heart and a noble soul, to keep your promise and to do a kind thing unbidden. You are the justice I sought, adventurer, and now I may live out my days in peace. Alright, I found your daughter, giving me money. I thank you for her I thank you for her safe return. But she is much subdued and will not tell me what passed at the Weeping Saint. I shall want answers, and quickly. There, the knife. A strangely furtive man, you say? Gazing fixed upon my girl and armed in a holy place? It may well be an unbeliever, for who would risk doing such things? A girl of noble blood who eschews the seclusion that is her due makes an excellent prey. Of course, I know this. Many think me a scandal for allowing a daughter to run wild. And of course I worry, every day and every minute. Yet I would not take the world from her. She is what she is, a rambling rose. She cannot help what she was born to do. I will keep her safe, from a distance mayhap, but safe. And we get... Adventure! Did you find what my heart seeks? Go. Crystal Rosary, carved from elementary aspected crystals by noble-born Julian of Ishgard. Not that it matters, probably the last time I'm going to talk to her. There they are. How strange to see them all again after all that has passed. Thank you for finding so many. I thought mayhap that there would be one missing. Mantigenient has it, I believe, and so this rosary binds us together. Was he an unbeliever? His faith was not the conflagration that other men set to the house of their heart? Yet I do not know, and never shall. I sought to mislay all my memory of him, but he was my great friend as well as my betrothed. A lady of Ishgard does not deny a friend, even if the ways of the world would have us deny our own fathers and husbands. And so I shall never forget Mantigenient. Think. Let's see. Right now, that's for all classes. That's quite the robe. I think I'll just take the cash. You made good time. What news? Axel, got 'em all, huh? Poor sods. I'll tell you, the high and mighty around these parts don't even see in black and white. They see in dragon and not dragon. You know what I speak. All manner of nasties that don't breathe fire killed just as many men. But that's neither here or there for them. Ain't nothing to me either, I suppose. This place, not enough men, not enough arms, and cold enough to make a man piss ice. I tell you, coming west to offer my services was mayhap less wise than I thought. This is a chill that even a bowl of munte soup won't cure. Ah, to be in Gridania again. Belmont affects a sellsword cynicism, but the gods quiver and him dies hard. So urgently does he seek a scout that will hire one himself. I hail from Gridania, brother from the sea. Fighting the Axal is what we do there, but I sure didn't expect to see them in these mountains. I know those shite birds, and they're up to something. It's nothing I can go to my employer with. It's just a feeling. But whenever I got this feeling in the 12's woods and nothing got done, something bad bit us in the arse. I've not had a moment to spare and the feeling grows stronger. The ill becomes a sellsword to part with his own gill in this manner, but will you enter in the Ixali lair to the east and see if there are any clues to be found? Huh. Sellsword worried about the world. Now I have seen everything. From that smug look on your face, I should say there are 4 fewer wolves in Korthas today. Show me the pelts and complete your triumph. These are they. See you the markings here. With these hell pups gone, all our people shall breathe easier. How near it is that we scorn death in the maws of a ravening beast. These men died in battles as surely as any on the dragon pyre. When knights are thin upon the ground, it is the lowly of the house who suffer. Grooms and washers, porters and yeomen, our house patches with adventurers, whatever is threadbare, but some of the other high houses continue to bar the gates against outlanders altogether, or treat them with such disdain that any service they accept must surely bear a taint. Honor is just honor is in how justly we treat others who serve the cause alongside us in life and death. Out of honor flows all that makes a man of a boy, a woman of a girl. Surely when we meet alone in the afterlife, 'tis honor she judges, not pride. Good on you. Sir Corinthiax wishes to discuss with you the latest difficulties at Dragonhead. A word, if I may. Have you the inclination to undertake another commission? I would not ask if you did not look rested and refreshed. Wait, is this a dude? I think it's supposed to be a dude. Whatever. You may have heard whispers of it, but a patrol lost its way in the blizzard and wandered into the ogre's belly. Needless to say, not all of them returned alive, and the sawbones have been carving all manners of bits off those that did. They mistook Willow the Wykes for the light of a camp and were lured to the cave. We've enough perils around us without those quizzling devils amusing themselves thus. We cannot have men gainslaying their own eyes, afraid to trust the lights they see in the distance. Will you take yourself to the ogre's belly and dispatch those Wykes? I just did that in a fate, but sure. Sure. Yeah. Let's see. You know what? I think we're actually going to end here today, folks. One of those things I hope to have in my own place is a bookshelf. Oh man, yeah, I know. I would love to have, like, especially the collections all in one book. I would love a bookshelf just full of that. I pretty much just have everything digital for that same reason, because I don't have anywhere to put my shit. But everybody who's been watching, JD, bravo, thanks for stopping by today, whether you watch now or later, whoever else hangs out. Thanks for everything. I always enjoy when people come by. So you take care, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.